breakfast online. I will come. I will take you to
CSS Medical Center, Kalchetti Street, Kalpati, Palakkad. Contact 0491 2576436 7594 850038.
என்னாச்சுப்பா?
பர்ஸை மறந்துட்டு போயிட்டேம்மா. வயசாயிடுச்சுல்ல. எனக்கு எதுக்குமா வாட்ச்?
இது ரொம்ப ஸ்பெஷல்பா. சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க் டெபிட் கார்டு வாட்ச். இனிமே நீங்க கேஷ் எடுக்காம போயிட்டா கவலைப்பட வேண்டாம். இந்த வாட்ச்ல இருந்தே ஈஸியா பேமெண்ட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். பேமெண்ட்ஸ் முடிஞ்சதும் CUB ஆல் இன் ஒன் மொபைல் ஆப்ல இருந்து லாக் பண்ணிக்கலாம். அதனால இது ரொம்ப செக்யூர். அதோட இந்த வாட்ச்ல பிபி, ஆக்ஸிஜன் லெவல்ஸ் கூட செக் பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
அப்படியா? நான் உடனே கடை கிளம்புறேன்.
சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க், ராசியான பேங்க், ஈஸியான பேங்க்.
Dazzler Chic and Cute Nail Polish. Smooth and straw free.
Sri Aditya Sesh, our first speaker of the session, is a chartered accountant by training and he has been in fund services for more than 25 years. His experience ranges from onshore to offshore fund administration and he has handled some of the biggest MBS in the world. His entrepreneurial campaign started with Basis Fund Services, where he has created a new segment in investment accounting that caters to the requirements of fund administrators among the top 10. A first in India, he has with his team implemented path-breaking strategies relating to deploying Six Sigma and PERT CPM techniques for the first time in fund accounting industry itself. As a result, today Basis holds a 7% market share in financial reporting for global hedge funds. Basis ranks in the top 25 in global fund administration, in asset servicing, private equity, venture capital, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Sri Aditya Sesh.
ஒரு அனுப்பியிருக்கேன் பண்ணியாச்சா வண்டர்ஃபுல் வண்டர்ஃபுல் தேங்க்யூ. யா கொடுங்க. Suprabhatam and Namaskaram to everybody. Vyas Manchasin Sarva Ganamanya Jan Mama Namaskaram. Mama Bandhu Bhaginino Namaskaram. Namaste Sada Vatsale Brahman Matrabhumi Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram needs a bigger applause. Our inert desire needs to translate into such a loud action that nobody can ignore us. It's a privilege and a prestige to be here in front of all of you all. I welcome all the distinguished speakers on the dais for their tireless efforts in seeing where we are today, doing what we are doing today. My thanks to Ramanji. When he told me about the topic of the conversation, I was quite astounded by the gravity and the depth of the topic. I have spoken with audiences before, but certainly this topic was none like other. It took me a lot of time to gather my thoughts. அதனால சும்மா பேசாதக்கு அதை ப்ரெசன்டேஷனில் போடலாம் பார்த்தேன், so that we all understand the gravity of what we are speaking. I am going to speak in very simple lines and simple words. I will try and avoid jargons because in the jargons the message is lost. ஒரே ஒரு நிமிஷம். As a result of Ramanji's request, I encountered a Tamasoma Jyotir Gamaya moment. I researched, I read more, and essentially realized that நம்ம என்ன பேசுகிறோமோ அது நமக்குள்ளே இருக்கு. ஆனால் நம்ம அதை பேசினத்தை நம்ம வெளியில் கொண்டு வரலை. So whatever we hear from this distinguished panel and whatever your thoughts are, we must make sure that it culminates into action. Because without action, the jnana is not that very effective. And the way to do it has already been described by Lord Sri Krishna in chapter 3 of the Gita, which is the Karma Yoga. And fortunately for us, in our country now, we have so many Karma Yogis. We have Karma Yogis and Karma Yogis, both, besides all the other great leaders. So the topic that I've been asked to present is the macro thinking on needs and desires. Ramanji, do I have about 30 minutes? Okay. I'll spend a minute or two to explain the difference between how do I get this activated? The first slide. Yeah. The difference between needs and desires. All of you all know this. I am not going to say anything different. But while desires can be different, they are all correlated. So what's the difference between desire and need? Need is something that is so fundamental. Water, air, food. Self-esteem is a need. You cannot suppress it for a long time. And Sai Deepak ji will tell you about all the fundamental rights that are enshrined in the Constitution. These are not mere words. They are words with a lot of depth. And what we need to know is what our fundamental rights are and how to put them into action. So therefore, desire is something that you want to do. It is aspirational. It is apeksha. Whereas need is so fundamental. Both are important. Dreams are desires too. And as Abdul Kalam ji said, wings of desire, fire of desire, it has to be there. By no means suppress them. And what I will tell you during this presentation is the fine balance between desire and need. Which one? The right one? Right. Okay. Many of you will remember your parents and grandparents whose skill was the English language. They learned stenography. They barely passed matriculation many times, and due to lack of opportunities here, due to the then current political situation, they had to migrate to far off places like Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, and so much so that today in Mumbai we have a very large congregation of Iyers. And that is why sometimes I feel it is our Suvarna Bhumi. At that time, and I can think that a situation would have been something like Kuchela and Dronacharya, because they were teachers, they were administrators, they were learned people, and at that point of time, you would imagine that even to have 2 square meals a day, it would have been a challenge for them. And times have changed. Today we talk not just about food, we talk about nutritional aspects of food, we talk about luxuries, and so on and so forth. So what was considered luxury then is a need today, and that is what I call as the time impact of needs and desires. So what are we talking about? We are talking about the fine balance between needs and desires and the concept of being santusht. And in chapter 2.62 of the Gita, Bhagavan says, while contemplating on the objects of the senses, one develops attachment to them. Attachment leads to desire, and desire arises anger. And that's the point of control. The control over your indriyam is when you reach the point of anger, you need to channelize that anger into action positively. There is also a theory that says when expectations stop, peace begins. All this comes with a caveat, and therefore I always say that there must be apeksha, there must be a desire, there must be a hope. And sometimes you don't find hope readily on the table. You have to look for it. And when you look for it, you get it. Therefore, desires, by no means am I saying that desires should be avoided. Desires are not varjyam. What we need to do is to balance them in good proportion. And I think that is what most of my discussion or address today would be the fine balance between desires, needs, and therefore action. Two years ago, we had an opportunity to be in the Northeast, and I'm going to take a minute extra to explain the situation here. Northeast, as you all know, has been cut off from the rest of the country for far too long. And sometimes I think if I were to be a citizen of the Northeast, why should I be part of Bharata as the country? I would have thought about that in the 70s, in the 80s, and even prior, so much so that we were told that there is not even a need to have a road in the border. And why? Because if you have a road, the enemy will come in. I said, why do you worry about the enemy? Why don't you think about how easily your army can get there and protect you from the dangers? So we set on to look at Northeast, and that is when Modi ji said, look east, northeast. We said we will do one better. We will look east and act northeast. As we searched for opportunities, we were invited to the state of Tripura. And I'll tell you here how the balance works out. Our desire and their need. When I went to Tripura, I realized that the people were very educated, very high literacy factor. They had degrees, there was good internet, there was good roads, at least in tier 1, tier 2 cities. What they lacked was opportunity. So their desire for a job, and because of this they had a need for the job, I would say, they had to go out to far off places like Bangalore, Chennai, Mumbai, wherever. And so when we reached that state, we told them that you stay where you are, you live in your culture, live with your parents, and we will bring the job to you. So our desire to do something in Northeast was met by a need for the people of Northeast to look for jobs. And today we have a fairly good representation in the state, which is well appreciated right from the Chief Minister to everybody, because it is what they call as an analytical job, which is often considered to be high end. And gentlemen and ladies, not just me, I may just be the torch bearer, but all of us need to think about this. The government cannot do everything. It is up to us as individuals, as people from the private sector, to look at investments in the Northeast. And Northeast, by the way, is not one single flavor. It has 7 flavors, as I know. I've seen Sikkim, I've seen Arunachal Pradesh, I've seen Tripura. I need to see more, but I can tell you there are very smart individuals there, people who are educated, who are looking for opportunities. So I urge every business person, every individual in this audience to also look at these northeastern states. So therefore, when desires are met by a need for a common good, can desires be bad? It cannot be. So therefore, we need to balance the desire with the need. Managing desires and the need is continuous. As I said, desires are good. You need to have apeksha. And at the end of the day, one must not forget that dharmasya moolam is artham. Nothing can be done without money. And we should therefore never say that I don't desire for money. You must. The problem arises when the balance goes out of proportion. So money is required for everything, including doing dharma. You can't do charity if you don't have money. So you must balance both the needs and the desires. We all know punarapi jananam, punarapi maranam. It's a continuous cycle. And you will see that economies also have that phase. The growth, the birth, the growth, the maintenance and the decline. And to understand this, you must go 2,100 years ago, when our economy was at its peak, then it declined. I will deal with that later. So what I'm trying to tell here is that desires and need undergo a constant transformation. The only thing that is constant is change. I'm not going to give you a historical perspective between desires and wants. And for this, I must take you to pre-7112 AD. What is 7112? That is the first time, if I am right, we had an external aggressor, so to speak, an aggressor who would stay on for a long time. So prior to that, we were what was known as Soneki Chidiya, and country, a civilization that was self-sufficient, that had so much of knowledge. By the way, out of 45 lakh Vedic texts, barely any of them is religion. It is all sciences, it is theory, it is philosophy, it is politics, so on and so forth. So we are a very well-developed society. We had all arms of the society working well, and we were happy and contented. Perhaps the only deficiency I would have felt is that we should have been more careful about our security then. So when we are spending money on security, be it your home security or the country's security, please do not put that on the bottom of your priority. It's at the top of the priority, because unless you are strong from defense, the rest can never be said. And for defense, you need economy. So it all goes together. It's a holistic chain. Then we come to the Mughal rule. We all know what happened to us during the Mughal rule. We were imposed with jizya taxes. It was either change pay taxes or die. But in all those times, our ancestors maintained our tradition, they maintained our ethos, they maintained our civilization, but it came at a cost. It wasn't easy. So they had to sacrifice a lot of what we know as luxuries today, including food, to get there. And therefore, I stand in prayer, paying my namaskarams to all these ancestors who survived from then to today. It was never easy. You must understand this. It is never going to be easy when the steel is on your neck. To stand up and then say, I will continue to be where I am, calls for heart of steel. Can you think about what would have happened to Sambhaji Maharaj or Shivaji Maharaj at that point of time? In fact, we all know the gory death that he had to face. Cut from there, next to the British rule. At that time, I would say the British rule was even more tougher because the enemy appeared sweet. And we were used to being very cultured. We were used to being our demeanor was of the highest order. And therefore, when you saw somebody who was being very nice, our ancestors would have been they would have been swept away on their foot. But yet some of them saw what happened. They understood what was happening and they stood their ground. Even that time, and I'm relating everything to food, okay, because food is so very important. Even at that time, there were famines created, there were taxes imposed, your produce was taken away. So in between all that, how would we have managed between our need and luxury? It is very important to think. And at that time, when the British came here in this country, we would have been around 39% of global GDP. Prior to that, even 50% of global GDP. So when we say today that we are 3.5% and odd of the global GDP, I request you all to think that we are still very far away from our original mark. And while we need to be happy that we are where we are today, we need to think that we need to go ahead and just to reach where we were. But of course, now the other countries have also caught up, so the climb will be as harder. But even if it is as harder, if you think you can do it, unnal mudiyum thambi. You know, that's how I see it. Then came the independence period. I say that 1947 हमें सिर्फ स्वराज्य मिला था, स्वतंत्रता नहीं मिली थी. स्वतंत्रता तो अब मिला है. We have got it today. It was then just Swarajya. Swarajyam doesn't mean anything if you are being instructed to do what you have to be doing. That's no Swatantrata. That is just you have been given the opportunity to rule. You are no more than a power of attorney. A power of attorney has restrictions, and Deepak ji will tell you more about that. So at that moment, again, we had so many of our desires curbed. And one desire I will tell you is our need to manage our own temples. I mean, are we trying to say that we can't manage our affairs and that it has to be managed by governments? I mean, is it so with other communities? Why can't we be managing our stuff? What are we doing here? We got to go, get there and get that rectified. And there are people in that moment. We should go and join them. Your presence, your contribution, your effort and your time without disturbing your profession is all that is needed. And at that time, during the early independence days, if you remember, a lot of us lost our lands. Overnight, we were landless. Overnight, we had nothing to eat. And I remember my father saying that for 6 months, they lived with kuru and kanji. How difficult would have been, it would have been that point of time. And therefore, even eating a normal food, one bowl of rice would have been a luxury at that point of time. It is fortunate that a place like Mumbai then offered opportunities, or Kolkata offered a lot of opportunities, or Delhi offered a lot of opportunities. And many of us here, our ancestors used to live in what was called barsatis. If you will confirm that, Sai Deepak ji. A barsati is simply one room on top of the house. That's how difficult it would have been. From there to Bharat today. And then we get into unnecessary debates of India versus Bharat. Bharat is Bharat. Bharat was yesterday, Bharat was today, Bharat will be there tomorrow. No doubts about that. Absolutely no doubts. Never have that doubt in the mind. Go change your visiting cards from India to Bharat. I have done so. Your visiting card should say Bharat if you choose to let yourself known to the world in the brackets India, but not required. Mohan Bhagwat ji said that you state what your country's name is. It is up to the opposite person to understand what is the name of the country, and the time has come now. The time has come now for you to do that. Your country is Bharat. Bharat, that was India. And then from having a mere 2 square meals a day to nutritional security. Today we have food reserves of 1.7x times our requirement. 1.7x times our requirement. We could easily squander away food, but don't do that as yet, because we have to move from food security to nutritional security. So we see a change from a desire, a simple desire to have food, to nutritional security, and that's a big change. Now I come to the portion. So therefore I have covered for you pre-Mughal era, the Mughal era, the British era, the early independence. Today, all of them we have mapped the desires and needs. We differ from the rest of the world. We look at relationships. We look at the emotions behind the relationships. We are not transactional. And you will see today how not, so basically I'm not saying transaction zero or relationship all. You need a fine balance. It's again a desire and a need. We all desire to be relational, but you need some transactional items to keep it going. You have seen in the Western society that they were always transactional. They had hundreds of years, or maybe 300-400 years of prosperity. In those 300-400 years of prosperity, they started talking about ethics, morals, values, but never talked about relationships. They had a transactional civilization. Today, if you travel to those parts of the country, you will understand what I am saying. That very same transactional way of living is bringing about their degradation. In India, our Sanatana Dharma has taught us the fine balance between transactional relationship, between desires and wants, and has helped us balance our life. And today you can see thousands of foreigners coming to Art of Living, coming to Satya Sai Baba, coming to Ramdev Baba. You can see a huge following of Hindus in Ukraine. In fact, there are almost about 1.3 billion Caucasian Hindus in Europe who are joining us through our journey. So we must realize what we are doing to the world and how we are attracting people from different parts of the world into our walk of life. Bharat forever has balanced between material benefits and spiritual orientation. You need material benefit, but you also need spiritual orientation. And therefore to do your Nitya Karma is not an option. But you need to do it. You need to do it to maintain your fine mental balances, to maintain your prana, to maintain your posture, to maintain your equanimity. You need to do this. Don't think of it as an alternative, because without that, your DNA would be broken. And that's perhaps what others are looking for. They want your DNA to be broken. Don't allow them to do that. And therefore, Bharat has learned the fine art between balancing material benefits and spiritual orientation. By the way, we all know about the theory of hierarchy as Maslow defined it. Maslow was certainly not the first one. We think he is the first one because we have been told that he is the first one. Our problems started when our 1 lakh odd Gurukulams were dismantled by Lord Macaulay, and we were put into a factory of school children and with a brown outer and a white inner. And that's what they wanted. So Maslow was certainly not the first person in the world to define the hierarchical needs and values. This is, how do I go back? So if we go back to our own culture, we had the Varna system, we had the Ashrama system. The Varna system was a fungible system. It was based on your karma and guna. And therefore, if you possess the right kind of karmas and gunas, you could move from one Varna system to another. Wrongly classified as caste, don't take that word. Don't go for it. So these Varnas were fungible, and every Varna had its list of do's and don'ts, wants and should not. And these were all well documented, but certainly not rigid theories. You could have exceptions to that rule. And within those Varna systems, within the Ashrama system, you had a set of desires and set of needs. And you had to balance them in order to achieve the fine balance. Now I'm coming to the modern business situation. Because I am from business, I will talk about business. If you go back a little bit in time, our business people, our earlier industrialists had philanthropy and the art of giving within their own life. You can go to the Birlas, the Tatas, and even prior, they would build Veda Patashala, they would build Patashala, they would build hospitals, they would build chowtries, and they would build, guest houses everywhere. They knew that life was not all profitability, but you had to do charity. So therefore, when the West tells us the art of giving, the united way, I think we predated all those, and yet we did not know about them. So today, the Indian businesses practice this concept of giving away a portion of their profitability. While profitability is important to shareholders, the need of giving is also equally important. I don't think we need the Sarkar to tell us 2% of the profitability needs to be given. We were giving anyway. But yet, the Sarkar made that decision and we all follow that today. So, we have always been, even our businesses have been balancing the needs with the desire. Agriculture. I'm here to tell you that we must start looking at agriculture not as a profession but as an industry. I made the statement 3 days ago when I was presenting the first retail agricultural index and the retail vegetable index in front of the national agriculture markets. Forever we are self-sufficient in our food requirements, but we are not surplus. And therefore, we are still subject to the shocks. Now, how can we transform this situation? We need to transform this from looking at agriculture just as a need. Just you need food, you grow food, and you consume it, to something that we can have surplus and sell or export. Therefore, we need to convert agriculture from a profession there to industry. Because unless you do it as an industry, you can't scale it up. And therefore, I think we should start thinking of agriculture as a profession. There are two methods to balance the need and the desire. Now, we would say that I want this right now, and that's called the Big Bang Theory. You are supposing there that I will put in all the money to what I desire and then I will achieve it. It works sometimes, does not work sometimes. Then there's the other method, which is called the low burn, slow burn method, where you allocate money in bits and pieces, much like irrigation, drip irrigation, and you kind of do that. Your desires and wants are just like that. If you just rush in too much, you may not achieve the result. Yet, if you don't give adequate attention to your needs, you may not achieve what you want. Therefore, a fine balance between the Big Bang Theory and the low burn, slow burn is required for you to balance your life. We all talk about sustainability and development today. While sustainability is a need, development is a desire. And unless you have these balanced out, you will have imbalanced development. I spoke a little ahead of my presentation, but as a company, we have been doing all these little things in small ways, doing micro activities, and you can do the same thing too. I will not dwell too much upon that here. Finally, I come to the concluding portion of my address, and I have already overshot that by 2 minutes because that is the nature of the content. At the end of whatever I have spoken, my conclusion is that the link between desires and needs is the fine balance that you have to arrive in order to make sure that while all your needs are met, your desires and dreams are also taken care of. None can go ahead of the other, but yet we must continue to have apeksha, hope, and the desire to see a better tomorrow. And lastly, one way to see a better tomorrow, and somebody asked me this in a convention, how do we ensure that all the policies that are being taken today, all the actions that are being taken today will continue to be done tomorrow? I paused for a moment and said, go and cast your vote. Go and cast your vote with all your conscience. Think about all the good things that have been done to you. Take away the rest. And please don't take a vacation that day. Thank you so much. Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram. Thank you.
One needs to draw a fine balance between needs and desires. When the end objective is common good of the community, of the nation, then having desires and needs is not a bad thing. Bharat, our country, had forever distinguished between material benefits and spiritual orientation. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Prakash Muthuswamy. He is a PhD holder and is a Tamil Nadu government Kalaimamani awardee, a senior international journalist, is a United Nations correspondent and founder chairman of America Tamil Sangam. He is a regional advisory committee member of ICCR, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, and national president of National Journalists Welfare Association. Dr. Muthuswamy served as an US correspondent for 25 years and he covered the UN, White House and Capitol Hill. He worked in India, The Hindu, India Today and Junior Vikatan during 43 years of media career. He is working with Modi ji since 1999 and served in various committees appointed by him. He conducted the MS Subbulakshmi Golden Jubilee celebration while working at the UN. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Prakash Muthuswamy.
Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara.
Guru Shasat Parabrahmai Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Tam Agnivarna Japasa Talanim Vairochanim Karmapaleshu Yujishtam Dirham Devigam Saranamagam Parvate Sudara Sarvasaya Namaha. Namaskaram, Namaste, Vanakkam, good morning. First, I just want to congratulate a person who put Karimbura in the world map by his tireless effort of uniting all of us here. And this is not an easy job. As one who has been involved in conducting meetings at the UN on behalf of India, I know how difficult it is, and he has done an amazing job of gathering Brahmins from all over the world. So I just salute Mr. Karimbura Raman for his stellar job of uniting Brahmins, bringing together in a platform to discuss, debate and deliberate and then come to a conclusion. And I wholeheartedly, on behalf of myself and the audience and the America Tamil Sangam, greet him and congratulate him and may God bless him. The subject given to me is about macro thinking on desires and needs. It involves examining the concepts on a broader societal and even global scale rather than focusing solely on individual desires and needs. It considers how these factors influence human behavior, societal structures, and even economic systems. In a macro context, it's important to distinguish between the basic needs that all members of the society require for survival and well-being, like food, shelter, healthcare, individual desires that are often shaped by culture, advertising, and other factors. Societies must balance fulfilling these basic needs for all while respecting individual desires and choices. Macro thinking also involves considering how economic systems like capitalism, socialism impact on fulfillment of both desires and needs. Different economic systems have varying degrees of success in addressing poverty, inequality, and ensuring access to basic needs for all citizens. Taking a macro view requires looking beyond national borders. Many regions of the world experience significant disparities in access to basic needs like clean water, education, and healthcare. Addressing these global inequalities in a macro level challenge that involves international cooperation. The pursuit of desires and needs often has significant environmental consequences such as resource depletion and climate change. Macro thinking involves considering how to balance these human needs to desires with sustainability of the planet. Different cultures have varying definitions of desires and needs. What is considered a fundamental need in one culture may be viewed as a desire in another. Understanding and respecting cultural differences is essential while addressing desires and needs on a global scale. Macro thinking often includes a focus on social justice, aiming to ensure that all members of society have an equal opportunity to fulfill their needs and pursue their desires. This may involve policy changes, wealth redistribution, or other measures to reduce inequality. Technological advancements can both fulfill desires like smartphones and address needs by medical breakthroughs. Macro thinking involves considering how technology can be harnessed to improve the human condition on a large scale. Macro thinking encourages long-term planning and sustainability. It's not just about meeting immediate desires and needs, but also ensuring that future generations will have the resources and opportunities to do the same. Understanding human psychology and behavior is crucial when addressing desires and needs on a macro level. It involves considering how incentives, social norms, cognitive biases shape individual and collective choices. Finally, macro thinking should incorporate ethical principles. It raises questions about ethical responsibilities of individuals, organizations, governments in meeting both desires and needs and in making decisions that affect society as a whole. Macro thinking on desires and needs about taking a holistic and far-reaching perspective. It involves examining the interplay between individual desires and societal needs, considering economic, environmental, cultural, ethical factors, and working towards a more equitable and sustainable world. Now I'll come to a subject which is very close to our heart. Brahmin community is a privileged lot. That is how members of other communities perceive them. However, the truth is that Brahmins value education and righteousness and strive to make a living. During the colonial era, where merit reigned, Tamil Brahmins prospered a lot by moving from villages to cities and towns. This movement from agrarian community to middle class modern community has been an arduous one. Post 1947, when merit was pushed aside and reservation came to the front, Brahmins took a heavy beating. But Brahmins again evolved from a bureaucracy-based middle class to a migrant techno-industry-based modern middle class. In this journey, Brahmins lost their identity as scholars and keepers of traditional knowledge and wisdom. Even now, we see that the members of the community still uphold the values of truth and honesty. The importance given to proper and best education is still followed, and the importance of living in peace is also still believed to be essential. The motto followed so far by Brahmins has been Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu and will continue to be, but the communities survive in this developing world. Some studies have thrown light into the colorful but difficult journey of Brahmins from what they were 100 years ago to what they are today. The Brahmins' evolution as an integration into Indian middle class is vivid, and impact of other non-Brahmin movements in Tamil Nadu and sociology of classes ought to be noted. The Brahmin residential areas, Agraharam, the village structure hierarchy of caste and class system, followed the characteristics of dwellings in caste and villages. The social separation observed by Brahmin, a changing attitude towards the land from the 19th century, and the reason for the same, the patterns of urban migration among Brahmins, and also the factors which issues it bases. When what we can see how the initial stages of urban migration, Brahmins consolidate and improve on their predecessors' education and employment status. The Brahmin community gave high importance to good education. The statistics provided for that of high schools, colleges, including professional colleges and universities, reveal the position of community and the importance that education received. Consequently, in whatever occupations, a reasonable standard of school, college education was necessary, and the operational language was English. The members of the community began to make their presence felt. They have been able to occupy and secure white-collar as well as high-ranking positions in organizations and governments. Brahmins largely departing from their ancestral social role and way of life in order to join a new administrative or legal elite. The ethnographical data available on ordinary urban migrants also depict the same picture of Brahmins educated in English and employed in modern, rationalized bureaucratic system governance. In 1900s, an ambitious young Brahmin would probably have been hoped to become a High Court judge, but in 2000, he or she would be much more likely to aspire to a position of a CEO of a major IT company. This change and the consequences are due to the system of 1930s onwards. The reservation policy of governments has greatly reduced the recruitment and presence of Brahmins in government service. As a result, Brahmins turned into Indian central government services and public sector organizations, including banks, as an attractive source of employment until the OBC quota was reintroduced in 1991. This led to the migration of Brahmins towards Mumbai, Delhi, North Indian towns and cities, and also like New York, California, and London. The migration widely dispersed Brahmins throughout India after independence. After opening up the economy and the emergence of information technology sector, the employed pattern of Tamil Brahmins saw further shift and migration to more locations, including Bangalore and United States and several other countries. Simultaneously, in the field of education, the shift from government education institutions to private colleges and schools. We also see a marked shift towards engineering and technology courses in the last decades of the 20th century. The medical profession never appealed to the Brahmins because of the government's reservation policy and the severe competition in government medical colleges for a general seat. Now, need gave us a much relief as our children who excel in studies are becoming doctors. Brahmins as middle class who possess the economic, social and cultural resources to ensure that the wards are well placed to secure the same kind of employment in open recruitment system and move up in the class ladder. the overwhelming lead in modern education and urban employment established by Brahmins by the end of 19th century was a highly significant development. The self-taught mathematical genius Srinivasa Ramanujan and the noted physicist and Nobel laureates Sir C.V. Raman and his nephew Dr. Subramaniam Chandrasekhar were the beacon lights of a community, as also Diwan Bahadur C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer. Freedom fighters among Brahmins such as Rajaji, Satyamurthy, Tirupur Kumaran and Bharati were sidelined in the history due to their caste. There are more roads and statues for Anna than Rajaji or Bharati, whose birthday was celebrated perfunctorily by the state governments. There were no less parliamentarians like B. Ananthasena Mayangar, Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, or Venkataraman, who could become heads of states in India. Female education in relation to marriage and employment also changed the life of Brahmin women and change that occurred to them. The plaguing matter of child marriage that the Brahmins gave up grudgingly and slow and steady progress that was achieved in providing formal education to Brahmin girls, the penetration of Brahmin girls into the world of employment, especially IT sector, are also important factors. Now there is a near parity between the genders compared to any other caste in India. The urban ways of life in Chennai, Bangalore, Mumbai and the suburbs of American cities are also factors to be considered. Almost all middle-class Brahmins live and work in urban areas, though they are urbanites in urban villages. They usually retain a few links with the ancestral village and most of the time know nothing about the rural life. Most of them, especially the village, perceive village as restrictive, gossip outlook and conservative stronghold. But I felt at home when I went to Palakkad and Kalpati, though I don't belong to Kerala. That's a typical Brahmin Agraharam, which every Brahmin would love to reside. And the urban locations, flexible, liberal and relaxed. One central theme is a contrast between Chennai, which seem to be combined tradition and modernity, and Bangalore and Mumbai, which are imitable modern, and US, which are thoroughly the ultra-modern. They prefer to live due to personal opportunities and liberties available. Even in the midst of the daily hectic life in those bustling cities across the globe, Brahmins are confident about their caste identity and the way of life and try to maximum adhere to it. Their preeminent role of Brahmins as custodians of Sanskrit Hinduism is also to be noted. And the contribution of Brahmins in Carnatic music and Bharatanatyam and impact of contribution in largely fashioned these two art forms into what they are today. Temples, domestic worship, rites of passage and priesthood and worship performed regularly by Brahmins before domestic science and in temples, celebrations of festivals, ceremonies, rituals, observance of fasting and other religious matters are most important. The role of their holiness as Shankaracharyas of Kanchi and Sringeri were considered as ultimate gurus and spiritual guides to a wide majority of Brahmins in South India. Religion, music and dance are vital components of the Brahminical Sanskrit tradition that conceptualized by the contemporary Brahmins. The Brahmin demography is confusing. An alarming rate of low population strength and difficult level of negative demographic growth is being faced by the Brahmins. It's correct to assume that there is a clear lack of definite caste census data because after 1931, caste-based enumeration has not been attempted by the successive governments. The results of the 2012 caste census are not yet published, nor do we have any idea or hope that will ever be published. Till then, we can only extrapolate the figures of 1931 census and arrive at certain assumptions. It's only neutral that such numbers are automatically become redundant once the census data of 2012 is published. The present number of Brahmins is estimated to be 18.5 lakhs across the globe, and within those 16.5 lakhs are in India. This is 0.026% of global population and 0.15% of Indian population respectively. It's a horrifying population trend. And the trend of migration among Tamil Brahmin community for making a decent living still continues. When the might of the majority of the reservation system rules the country, there is no future of merit and honesty. Therefore, when the state fails, it becomes the duty of the community as a whole and the community organizations and associations in particular to take the lead in providing support to these members of the community. Different organizations and associations working for the welfare or development of Brahmins in Kerala and other states should come forward to conduct similar studies to understand the correct status of members of the community. Such status should comprise the comprehensive data gathering from all the members of the Brahmin community. This will pave the way for the creation of an exhaustive database on demographic, social, economic, cultural, health characteristics of Brahmins. Only through the analysis of such data will Brahmin be able to truly understand the current status and shape themselves into future successfully. The community should not be allowed to fade away. And find the locations. I'll just come to a very important point, what's going on in different places, especially in the state I come from. There is a talk of genocide of Sanatana Dharma and Israeli genocide. And we are looking at people who would make fun of a community in movies, in theaters, in writings, and in novels. There was a person, Perumal Murugan, who wrote about the goddess of Tiruchengod, saying that all the women in the villages do something which is I can't explain in front of my sisters. They are allowing, I probably would have got the Sahitya Academy Award for writing such books. So where are we heading towards, and what is our voice in the nation? Do we really have a voice? And they continue to blast and hammer us day in and day out, especially my state, I can talk about it, where there is no security. An 85-year-old man has been put to jail, and we are talking about freedom of the press, freedom of expression in India. This is a mockery. And there is no contradicting views you can make. Is it a democratic country? We don't know. I think people living in Kerala are much safer, are much happier. I could see happy faces here, but when I go back, there is a fear, lurking fear in the minds of pro-Hindu activists that they could be arrested any time at 3 o'clock in the morning and just thrown into the jail. And surprisingly, central government is watching all this, turning their heads around. So what we need now, the unity in the community, not merely as I was talking to Brahmin associations in Tamil Nadu recently, I told them, please don't stop with conducting kolam potis, paattu potis, and cooking competition. No, just come out of it. Become political. When somebody from the Brahmin community is locked up in a jail, go and demonstrate before that. Show your power. Because all the other caste-based parties in Tamil Nadu are because of their guts. And we are not, we are Veera Vanchinathan, who killed Ash Durai. I'm not preaching violence, but we have to demonstrate our courage. We are not afraid of repression. We are not here to go submissive to government that try to eradicate us. நமக்கும் தைரியம் இருக்கு. நம்ம பாரதியார் வஉசி இதுல வந்தவா. நம்மளோட தைரியத்தை குறைச்சு மடி போட முடியாது. ஆனா என்ன நடக்குதுன்னா இப்போ ஒரு பயத்தோட வாழறோம். பிராமின்னு சொல்லவே வெட்கப்படுறா. வெளியே போய் கேட்டா இல்ல அப்படி அந்த மாதிரி ஏன் பிராமின் சொல்றதுல என்ன வெட்கம் இருக்கு நமக்கு? நம்ம குலம் நம்ம முப்பாட்டனார் வந்த குலத்துல வந்த சொல்றதுக்கு ஏன்னா அந்த அளவுக்கு சீர்கெட்டு வச்சிருக்கா. It's been rubbish. The whole system is completely needs to be furnished. நம்ம என்ன பண்றோம்? எலெக்ஷன் டைம்ல ஹாலிடேவா கன்சிடர் பண்ணி ஓட்டு போடுறது இல்லை. சரி ராமாண்டா என்ன ராமனாண்டா என்ன நமக்கு ஒரு நாளைக்கு டிவி ஹாலிடே அப்படின்ற எண்ணத்துல வந்துடும். மற்ற கம்யூனிட்டி எல்லாம் போய் ஓட்டு போட்டு அவளோட ரிலிஜியஸ் இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன்ல சொல்றான். அவ ரிலிஜியஸ் இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன் நான் எந்த பேர் சொல்ல விரும்பல. இவளுக்கு போடாதீங்க, மோடிக்கு போடாதீங்க, இவருக்கு போடுங்கன்றா. நம்ம இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன்ல அந்த மாதிரி சொல்ல மாட்டோம். ஏன்னா நம்ம we are highly அந்த லெவல்ல நம்ம போக மாட்டோம். ஆனால் நமக்குள்ளேயே நமக்கு ஒரு மனசாட்சி இருந்து யார் வந்தா நமக்கு நல்லது பண்ணுவா, யார் வந்தா கெட்டது பண்ணுவா, நம்மளால முடிஞ்சது ஒரு 15 நிமிஷம் கியூல நின்று எவ்வளோ கியூல நிற்கிறோம், பஸ்ஸுக்கு கியூல நிற்கிறோம், ட்ரெயினில் நிற்கிறோம், எலெக்ஷன் டேல கியூவில் நின்று ஓட்டு போட்டு நமக்கு வேணுங்கிறவாளை தேர்ந்தெடுத்து நமக்கு ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுறவா, நமக்கு திருப்பி விவகாரம் பண்ணுறவாளை தேர்ந்தெடுக்கிறது மட்டும்தான் இதுக்கு ஒரு வழியாக இருக்க முடியும். நம்ம மக்கள் நமக்காக யாரும் குரல் கொடுக்க மாட்டா, எதிர்பார்க்காதீங்க. நெவர், நோபடி வில் சப்போர்ட் அஸ். தே வில் யூஸ் அஸ் பட் தே வில் நாட் சப்போர்ட் அஸ். நம்ம ஆட்கள் உள்ளே இருந்தால்தான் ஒரு குரல் கொடுக்க முடியும். ஒரு அநியாயத்தை எதிர்த்து, ஒரு அக்கிரமத்தை எதிர்த்து குரல் கொடுக்கறதுக்கு நம்ம குரல் எடுக்கணும். அது அன்பார்ச்சுனேட்லி எக்ஸப்ட் a few Brahmin associations in Tamil Nadu, எலெக்ஷன் போது ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் விடுவா, இவாளுக்கு ஓட்டு போடுங்க ஒன்று. அது நாட் கோயிங் டு வொர்க். ஏன்னா நமக்கு ஒரு ஐடென்டிட்டி வேண்டும். நம்மளை கண்டா பயப்படணும்னு நான் சொல்லலை, நமக்கு மரியாதை கொடுக்கணும். அந்த மரியாதைக்கு நம்ம ஃபீல்டில் இறங்கி வேலை செய்யணும். ஸோ என்னோட ஹம்பிள் ரிக்வெஸ்ட், குழந்தைகளுக்கெல்லாம் நம்ம சொல்லிக் கொடுக்கும்பொழுது, இப்போ நேத்தி சேஷாதிநாத மாமா சொன்னார் சன்னியாசனம் பண்ணுங்கோ, பரிசேஷனம் பண்ணுங்கன்னா. இப்போ நான் என் பையன்கிட்டயே என் பேரங்கிட்டே போய் சன்னியாசனம் பண்ணுங்கன்னா நீங்கள் பண்ணுறீங்களான்னு கேட்போம். எங்கள் அப்பா என்னை 5 வயசில் பிரதோஷத்துக்கு கூட்டின்னு போனார். அப்போ எனக்கு பிரதோஷம் என்னன்னு தெரியாது, எனக்கு தோளில் வச்சு கூட்டின்னு போவா. இப்போ நான் எனக்கு பிரதோஷம் டேட் என் ஒய்ஃப் நோட் பண்ணி கொடுப்பா. ஏன்னா அப்பா பண்ணுறது தான் பிள்ளைக்கு வரும். நம்ம சன்னியாசனம் பண்ணால் நம்ம குழந்தைகள் சன்னியாசனம் பண்ணோம், நம்ம தாத்தா சன்னியாசனம் பண்ணால் நம்ம பேரை சன்னியாசனம் பண்ணுவோம். பரிசேஷனம் எங்கள் அப்பா பண்ணுறது நான் பார்த்துட்டே இருப்பேன். எங்கள் அப்பா அமாவாசை திரப்பணம் பண்ணும்போது என்னன்னு எனக்கு தெரியாது. எங்கள் பாட்டி சொல்லுவா தாத்தாக்கு பூஜை அப்படின்பா. 5 வயசில் தெரியாது. இப்போ எங்கள் அப்பா என்கிட்ட செத்து போனும்போது 3 கண்டிஷன் வாங்கிட்டார். எனக்கு வருஷம் சிராத்தம் பண்ணு, நான் பண்ண மாதிரி மாலை பட்சத்தில் 18 நாள் தின தர்ப்பணம் பண்ணு. இதெல்லாம் எங்கள் அப்பா எனக்கு சொல்லி கொடுத்து போனோம். இன்னைக்கு இப்போ 18 நாள் தர்ப்பணம் பண்ணுறேன். இது நான் பெருமைக்கு சொல்ல, நம்மளோட முன்னோர்களுக்கு நம்ம செய்ய வேண்டிய கடமைகளை நம்ம தவற விடக்கூடாது. அதுதான் நம்மளை காப்பாற்றும். தர்மம் தான் நம்மளை காப்பாற்றும். வேற நம்மளை கவர்மெண்ட் காப்பாற்றாது. கவர்மெண்ட் காப்பாற்றும் நினைக்காதீங்க. கவர்மெண்ட் காப்பாற்ற போறது இல்லை. நம்ம தர்மம் தான் காப்பாற்றும், நம்ம தெய்வங்கள் தான் காப்பாற்றும், நம்ம முன்னோர்கள் தான் காப்பாற்றுவார்கள். அப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு குலத்தில் நம்ம சந்தோஷப்படணும், பெருமைப்படணும். நம்ம மற்றவாளை அனுசரிச்சுட்டு போற ஒரே குலம் நம்ம குலம் தான். நமக்கு எதிரியே கிடையாது, நமக்கு எல்லாரும் நண்பர்கள். மற்றவ மாதிரி இவா பிடிக்கிறதுன்னு சொல்றது இல்லை. நம்ம எல்லாரோடையும் ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸா இருக்கும். ஆனா நம்மளை கண்டாதான் பாதி பேருக்கு பிடிக்க மாட்டேங்கிறது. அது அவளோட கெட்ட காலம், நம்ம ஒன்றும் சொல்ல முடியாது. ஆகவே குழந்தைகளை நம்ம நம்ம காலமெல்லாம் ஆல்மோஸ்ட் ஓவர். அடுத்த ஜென்ரேஷன் குழந்தைகளுக்கு படிப்பு சொல்லி கொடுத்து, இப்போ நாங்கள் நியூயார்க்கில் ஃப்ளஷிங் பிள்ளையார் கோயிலில் குழந்தைகளுக்குன்னு எவ்ரி வீக் காம்படிஷன் வைப்போம். பாட்டு போட்டி, கிளாஸு, பரதநாட்டியம் சொல்லி கொடுத்து, ஃப்ரீயாக டீச்சர் வச்சு தமிழ் கற்றுக் கொடுத்து. ஏன்னா அங்கே இருக்கிற இப்போ எங்கள் ஏஜ் குரூப் எல்லாம் கோயிலுக்கு வரா. அதுக்கப்புறம் குழந்தைலாம் அமெரிக்காவில் கோயிலுக்கு சர்ச் எல்லாம் எப்படி டெம்பிளா மைண்ட் வருதோ, ஒரு பெரியவா சொன்னா மேக் ஷுர் திருப்பி டெம்பிள்லாம் சர்ச்சா மாகாம பார்த்துக்கோங்க அப்படின்னாரு. ஏன்னா அங்கே தெருக்கு கோயில் கட்டிட்டு இருக்கான். அது தேவையே இல்லை. ஆனால் அதுக்கு பேட்டர்னேஜுக்கு நிறைய குழந்தைகள் போனோம். அதே மாதிரி தமிழ்நாட்டிலையும் குழந்தைகளை கோயிலுக்கு கூட்டின்னு போயிட்டு அவளுக்கு கற்றுக் கொடுத்து பண்ணா நம்ம குலம் வம்சம் வளரும். ரொம்ப நன்றி எல்லாருக்கும். தேங்க்யூ வெரி மச். ராமன், எல்லா சார்பாக உங்களை கொஞ்சம் ஹானர் பண்ணோம்.
We are basically against shawl culture.
நான் ஒரு போடுறேன்.
ಹೋದ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾನು ಚೊಲ್ಲಿ ನಡ್ದು ಚೊಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಂ. I know for sure you are all very eagerly waiting for Sai Deepak's speech.
Thank you, sirs. We move on to the next technical session right now. The session is a special session for youth on entrepreneurship and startup. And the speakers are Sri Anand S. Krishnan, Sri Gopal Srinivasan, Sri Karimpura Raman, and Sri Mani.
ரெண்டாள் கூட போயிட்டு அவளை உட்காத்தணும். உட்காரு அங்கே உட்காரு.
Honoring. അല്ലല്ല ഇപ്പൊ ഓണറിങ് Before we move on to the next session, we are about to honor two distinguished personalities of our community. One is Sri P.S. Ramachandran. He is known as Nama Sankirtana Tilagam of Tripunithura. Sri P.S. Ramachandran is an engineer by profession and an eminent Bhagavatar by passion, who has been conducting Sampradaya Bhajana over the past 45 years within and outside the country. Sri P.S. Ramachandran Bhagavatar has founded the Sampradaya Bhajan Vidyalaya, through which he is coaching over 200 Sishyas. He has been conferred with various awards. He is actively involved in the services to our community. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Sri P.S. Ramachandran to the dais with a very big round of applause. Nama Sankirtana Tilagam Tripunithura, Sri P.S. Ramachandran. ஒரு பெரிய சிஷ்ய சம்பத்தை அவருக்கு இருக்கு. Hearty welcome to you, sir. And madam is also here. A big round of applause. Our next recipient is Sri P.N. Narayanan of the Scientific Enterprise Ernakulam. Let's welcome him to the dais. Sri P.N. Narayanan of Scientific Enterprise will be honored now. We are very happy to have him here. Madam is also here. ശ്രീ പി എൻ നാരായണനും അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ സഹധർമ്മിണിയും വേദിയിലേക്ക് കടന്നു വരികയാണ്. നല്ല കയ്യടികളോടെ അവരെ നമുക്ക് സ്വീകരിക്കാം. കേരള ബ്രാഹ്മണ സഭയുടെ ആദരം ഏറ്റുവാങ്ങുന്നു ശ്രീ പി എൻ നാരായണൻ, സയന്റിഫിക് എന്റർപ്രൈസസ് എറണാകുളം. നന്ദി സർ. താങ്ക് യു. Sri Ravi Kumar of Karnataka Brahmana Sabha, who has been doing tremendous amount of service to the Karnataka Brahmins. He spoke during the inaugural function. He's here. Let's invite him to the dais. കേരള ബ്രാഹ്മണ സഭയുടെ ആദരം കർണാടക ബ്രാഹ്മണ സഭയ്ക്ക്. ഇത് തന്നെയാണ് നമ്മുടെ കേരള ബ്രാഹ്മണ സഭ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നതും. ഭാഷകൾക്കതീതമായി ബ്രാഹ്മണ സമുദായാംഗങ്ങളെ ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ, ഒരു കുടക്കീഴിൽ കൊണ്ടുവരിക എന്ന ഉന്നതമായ ആശയം ശ്രീ രവികുമാറാണ് ശ്രീ കരിമ്പുഴ രാമൻ അവരിൽ നിന്നും ആദരം ഏറ്റുവാങ്ങുന്നത്. വളരെ മനോഹരമായ ഒരു മുഹൂർത്തം. Thank you, sir. Now we move on to the second session, special session for youth on entrepreneurship and startup. Let's welcome to the dais Sri Anand S. Krishnan, the founder, chairman of Fidelis World UAE. Sri Anand S. Krishnan. Sri Gopal Srinivasan. The chairman and managing director of TVS Capital Funds. Sri Gopal Srinivasan. Of course, our Karimbura Raman sir, and Mr. Mani, the chief manager of SIDBI. Can we please have him on the dais, please?
As we told you yesterday, Sri Chris is watching this. Unfortunately, Chris got into dengue, so he is not able to be here. But the people we have, quite amazing people. Gopal Srinivasanji is a brand in the country, you all know, the TVS group. Let us give a big hand to Gopalji. And Anand S. Krishnan ji is the former managing director of JP Morgan & Chase in United States of America. He has developed so many people across the world, so many entrepreneurs, so many startups he developed. He is based out of India. He is in investments, Fidelis World. I don't want to go very deep into their background. We have a person to do that. Over to you. Thank you.
Sri Anand S. Krishnan is the founder of Fidelis World, a Mauritius-based growth private equity firm, primarily investing in digitally enabled businesses. He has chosen to make Dubai his home for the near future. Mr. Krishnan's prior work experience includes a senior management stint with Dubai International Capital, the Qazi Sovereign Wealth Fund in the Emirate of Dubai. He retired in 2011 as CEO of DIC. Prior to that, he was with JP Morgan Chase, based out of New York, Hong Kong and Singapore, and left JPM as the managing director. He was a part of a professional team responsible for building a private equity platform and played a significant role in the success of DIC, providing leadership and building world-class governance. Ladies and gentlemen, Sri Anand S. Krishnan, let's welcome him.
Can I get a wireless? Can I get a wireless mic?
Wireless, yeah.
Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabha, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Good morning all. And I think I must thank the prior speakers here, including especially Sai Deepak, to have brought all the people inside, but I think they'll all have to wait for him till the end. I'm here today at a very special request from Sri Ramanji to try and get or address the youngsters in the group. And I do wish all the youngsters to come up front. And I want this to be an interactive session because this is primarily for you, whoever wants to become an entrepreneur. So let's start talking about it. I want to get right into it, right? So let's not waste any time. What is entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship is basically building a business. And you need to have passion for it. You need to have some sort of an understanding as to what you want to do. You need to take some risks. And of course, you need money as well, and you need a lot of mentorship. I think if you have all these things, you can start to what you want to do. Entrepreneurship can be done at any stage. At the same time, you need to make sure that you have a path forward and you have a scope within which you operate. And you want to make sure that you are very disciplined in that approach. I am learning even today at this age. I went back to school at the age of 57 just to make sure that I learn and I unlearn and relearn. It's very important in today's world. We are living in a globalized society. You cannot just think about your community. You need to start thinking about beyond borders, right? And what I mean is domestic as well as international. You all should become ambassadors of your community and of your country. And I want you to take this Vande Mataram beyond borders. Yes, and I think it's very important. So let's talk about how you go about doing certain things, right? So it is important, as I said, you need to have a scope. You just can't think about, just because somebody else did it, I should do it too. And again, I think this is where people have talked enough about Vedas and everything, but you need to do something called Atma Vichara. I don't know how many people you know. It's basically self-introspection. And need to understand very clearly what you want to do. Where do you think you will excel? And then start taking the path. It's not about your neighbor becoming, very successful in business and you wanting to do the same thing. No. You need to try and understand your capabilities. What is it that you can muster? What is it that you can achieve? What is it that you want as an objective for that business, right? So it is something that needs to come out from within. You need to do a lot of self-introspection first before you set stage on what you want to do, right? And you also have to keep in mind whether you can take this on a sustainable road ahead. You don't want to leave it in between because you're going to be putting in a lot of money into it, a lot of effort into it, more effort than money into it, I hope, at the beginning. And you want to make sure at the end of the day, you get some profits out of it as well. If you start thinking about profits first, you will not get anywhere. You need to put a proper system and a process in place. You need to have proper governance around it. You need people to mentor you. You want to make sure that there is somebody who is advising you as well. Yes, these are all very important things. You cannot do everything by yourself. There is a competency which you think you may be good at a lot of things, but there are a lot of people who can bring a lot of other things to make it a unit. And that is very important for you to understand as well. I'm going to give you a little bit of an example. It could just go a little bit away about sustainability and creating value. So whatever you do, you have to create value. Let me give you an example so that you can understand it very simply put, right? There was an NGO in Bangalore who basically decided to provide shoes for children at, the villages. Now, obviously, these guys went in. They did a wonderful job of providing shoes for about 1,000 kids. Now, you and I know shoes, these kids used to walk to school, and somewhere between 12 and 18 months, they were worn out. They were all economically underprivileged kids. The parents were not doing as well. They couldn't afford these shoes. So the NGO decided to basically gift them a pair of shoes. What did this do? It was a very short-term thinking. I wish it was a long-term thought. But they basically put in something as a comfort for these kids. And soon after a year or 18 months, the shoes worn out and the kids didn't have shoes anymore. Now, obviously, they're used to that comfort. They used to walk without it before. I wish that's the way it was, because they would have been much more comfortable. Now they've used to got to the comfort. There are no more shoes. The parents can't afford it. This NGO thought they were doing a very wonderful job. They got additional funding. They went to another state, right? So what you need to do is you need to make sure that you pick one business, one thing that you do very well. Don't just jump like this, right? So what they did was these kids now were really crying. They put additional pressure on their parents. It became a social issue. And now the parents were worried as to what they ought to do. And there was nothing else that they could do because they couldn't afford it. But they were all left in a quandary. This is not what we want young entrepreneurs to do today. You pick something, you make sure it is sustainable, and you make sure you make it a successful venture. You don't want to take this state to state to state and then leave such a thing hanging, right? You don't want to do that. Unfortunately today in our world, in India specifically, a lot of the NGOs are doing just this. There are good ones as well, but there are a lot of bad ones. I just wanted to use this as an example to tell you, you just can't leave it like that because you create a lot more pressure. You yourselves as young entrepreneurs are going to create pressure on your own parents and your community. You don't want to do that. So make sure that whatever you pick, whatever you do, is going to have a lasting impression and you grow with it. All right? This is a real understanding that you need to take home before you set foot to what you want to do. Obviously, our Vedas have talked to us about, being honest and being righteous and making sure that you put, all your efforts into it. Yes, but these are also learnings from today's world. You need to have a basic education. You cannot just think, you just go to a skills school and start becoming good businessmen. I think you need to have a fundamental education to begin with. You need to start interacting with the social environment so that you grow as well. Understand what is the need of the community today. First, start taking a look at it. I want to talk to everybody here today in this hall, right? In Palakkad, take a look at what is the need. I come across and I take a look at it and I say, there's lots of garbage around, right? That could be a sustainable business. I think you need to put your heads. There should be no loss of dignity in labor. That is what we are in the world today. You should be able to do anything and everything. Let's put our heads together and try and see what is it that is needed in the community around us. Build a business model around it and try and see how we can make it successful. You not only will have a business, but you're going to help your community as well. So let's take that first step as a youngster All youngsters in the room, I think there's plenty of opportunities within here. Charity begins at home. Let's try and do that first, okay? And I'm happy to talk to you guys. I go around business schools and other schools and talk to kids, talk to graduating MBAs about what needs to get done, what private equity is all about. I run a growth private equity fund. I used to do startups, but now it's growth private equity fund. And having lived all over the world, I have come back to India. I want to invest in India. This is where the brain is. This is where people know what global means. This is what people talk about when we take things out of India and make them global. I don't want to bring global into India. I want to take India to the globe and make sure we make that global. That is our simple but very differentiated strategy. I've invested in 6 companies today in India, and fortunately I can tell you that all 6 of them have become global companies. Right? And very proud of it, because we have put our mark on the map that technology, not just the sophistication of it, but the use of technology and the inexpensive, I won't call it cheap, I call it inexpensive. I like to make sure that we take this to the world. And that's how, you can make sure that people understand India better, and they start investing in India more. We want to make sure that we bring that more into India. I just wish that, we have to attract a lot of more capital, and I know that a couple of gentlemen ahead of me and people yesterday talked about, we need to change the legal system or the legal diagram in this country. Let's do it quick enough. I think we're losing investors. We can't do this. I am running at 100 miles an hour, and everything behind me is changing at 10 miles an hour. Can't do this, right? There'll be a generation come by which passes by me, and we're going to be losing. There are enough people who are trying to do what is right in India, but there are also enough who are spoiling everything. We can't do this today, right? I have lost money. I have made money as well, but there should be no reason for anybody to try and lose money because of loopholes in the legal system. So I'd like to see what can be done, and I'm going to be sitting down with a number of people, including Mr. Shesh, who said he can lobby for a lot of things, and we will talk about it. I can give him my personal experiences to try and see what needs to be done, right? It's just that once you start getting into the court system in India, it takes forever and ever and ever. And in our private equity businesses, we manage money for our investors, so are our young entrepreneurs, because there are going to be people who come behind you. They will do your funding. You don't want to lose it. You are going to put your best efforts in it, but you don't want to get that caught in a legal loophole. You don't want to lose that, right? So we want to make sure that when we do things, look around you. Let's make sure that you are legally protected, as well as protected from a structural perspective. There are enough people in India who can help you and talk to you about it. I am open. I'd like to, just give this to you today and tell you, you can call me anytime. Young entrepreneurs here, you can call me anytime. I think there are a number of you here who have recognized me by giving you Zoom sessions during COVID. I use that very well to reach out to colleges and talk about how entrepreneurs should behave and what they should be looking at. I'm happy to do more. I'm happy to come down here at least once a quarter and run sessions. And I'm happy to tell Mr. Karimbara Raman that I will do that. We have started doing it. I have started investing money in the community. I don't have to say these things because it's all there. I am from Parayanur, which is very close to Palakkad. My wife is from Palakkad. We love this. We want to come back to our roots. Yes, we have spent all our lives overseas, but it is here where we come back. We want to make sure that we start work here and try and help all the young entrepreneurs here on what need to be doing. So, Mr. Karimbara Raman, I think you had a few questions that can I take them now? You want me to talk more or can I give it to him now? Okay. Okay, let me leave one more thing with you. I know one of my esteemed colleagues yesterday talked about learn to learn, I think it's very important that you reinvent yourself every day. You have to learn to unlearn. And I did say this before, but it's very important. Things are changing around us very, very, very quickly. And you cannot just sit on the old principles of just doing business and understanding what needs to be done, right? There's a socio-economic development as well. And I think you also have cross-border businesses. So you have to understand how you can create value. Anything you do, you must create value, right? You must make sure that you have the right governances. I know a number of businesses from this part of the world, from Kerala, who have built their business into billion. They become billionaires, but they have lost valuation by more than $17 billion overnight, right? It's not because of anything else. You need to know how to protect your business. You need to know how to protect your shareholders' money, because that is very important. You're not going to put all your money into the business. You're going to make sure that you create an environment where you are also helping your investors, accumulate and build wealth from returns of your businesses. Very important to do that. In order to do that, you need to make sure you protect those businesses and you protect the wealth. You just don't make your first billion and then run away somewhere and live somewhere in Dubai or in Singapore or somewhere else. That is not the way to do it. The way to do it is to make sure that you continue, you sustain it, and you ensure that you make some money out of it, but make sure you give your investors money back first. Very important to do that, right? And I want to make sure that you continue to educate yourself. I don't know what else I can say now. I think I can do a lot for individuals and groups, and we will begin. I want to implement that beginning, even as quick as the next week if possible. I'd like you all to reach out to me. I will leave my contacts with Mr. Karumbara Raman, who can forward it to you, and we can talk about my successes and my failures individually, and we can talk to you what works best, and let's try and do that. Yes? Thank you very much. I look forward to your questions.
In order to stay relevant, it is important to unlearn and relearn. An aspiring entrepreneur needs to identify one big business opportunity which can bring him profits, but it also has to be sustainable, and proper governance and systems in place is also important. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Sri Gopal Srinivasan. He is the Chairman and Managing Director of TVS Capital Funds, which is one of the largest rupee capital funds in the world, with more than 2,000 crore rupees of assets under management across 3 funds. A third-generation member of TVS family, Sri Gopal's entrepreneurial career spans well over 3 decades, in which he has founded, steered and scaled up over 10 new ventures across diverse business verticals. His management of TCF has brought success both to the fund and all to stakeholders involved. Let's now welcome Sri Gopal Srinivasan to deliver his address.
Namaskaram and a very good morning to all of you. Thank you to my newfound friend Mr. Raman for inviting me with this enormous energy and utsaham, which is amazing. I think all of us are here because of the cause of Brahmanism, the cause of the Sanatana Dharma, and of course the energy of people like Mr. Raman. I was invited here by my friend Chris Gopalakrishnan to come here, and I'm happy to see other friends of mine like Pradeep and many others in the audience as well. So, I was thinking first when he called me as to why exactly he wanted me to come here. This is a World Brahmin Conference, the Brahmins Global Meet. Why are Baniyas like me being called? I was not very clear about this entire issue till I found another fellow Baniya with me in the stage. And then I saw Kshatriyas like Sai Deepak. Then I realized that yes, this is actually people who are across Varnas fighting for the cause of the great thing that Brahmanism stood for, which is upholding the Dharma, upholding the Rishi Parampara. Actually, when one comes to Kerala, right, one cannot but think of Parashurama. I believe he was born as a Brahmin, but then he lived the life of a super Kshatriya, right? In some sense, vanquishing all the Kshatriyas. So actually, crossing Varnas, in some sense, donning a new Varna, retaining the core of Brahmanism, is nothing new. Many, many people do it. And I do it in my life, in some sense, as a Brahmin Baniya, in that sense of the term. The role of Brahmins, and I'm sure Sai will speak about this very eloquently, is to uphold the Dharma, is to uphold the Rishi Parampara, to make sure society is happy, lives in harmony, and Lokakshemam is all over the place. That is a core role of a Brahmin. As I was coming this morning at breakfast, I was speaking to one of my acharyas who lives in San Francisco, who actually comes from Ottapalam, which is, I'm told, put 40 kilometers from here. And he said, I'm so happy you're going to this conference because he is a member of the Ramakrishna mission. And he said that Vivekananda's famous statement, he says, the day when householders who are Brahmins practice renunciation, practice yoga and other forms of non-violence meant for sannyasis and yogis, that is the day when the fate of India will be sealed forever. And that was not a positive comment. Similarly, in our Smriti Shastras, there are so many reflections on the fact that a householder should be very active and very aggressive in living their life and not just get into yoga and renunciation during that phase of their life. So I believe this is the time for Brahmins to actually get a much more different way of spreading their tenets of Brahmanism. We are all surrendered to Saraswati. We start every meeting with Jnananandam, Mayam Devam or a Saraswati shloka, as the case may be. This is the era of Lakshmi, isn't it? I understand this beautiful hall has been built by a Brahmin entrepreneur. This is the era of Lakshmi. So I believe this is the time for Brahmins to take the knowledge, traditions that they have, the traditions of doing always what is right and making sure that the dharma prospers all the time, but instead engage more with Lakshmi, engage with entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is the way in which you can today express the strength of Brahmanism and spread the dharma in many, many different ways, whether it is in supporting causes, supporting charities, or whether it is in conducting yourself in a manner which will actually make people say, yad yad acharati shreshta, when they look at you. So I believe this is the right time for that. And on the whole morning I was listening to people talking with great angst, and very rightfully so, about how adharma has come, how Sanatanam is under threat, how basically a new wave of Duryodhanas and Ravanas are being challenging the cause of Sanatana Dharma. I think the answer to those challenges, which are very real and extraordinarily important, and I'm so happy that people like Sai are here because they are in the forefront of this war, can be best done if we encourage our community to become more and more entrepreneurial. The reason I say that is, in today's age, knowledge can easily be transmitted to entrepreneurship. It is not like the times of my forefathers or even my time. TVS, after all, is a Brahmin traditional company. But it is easy to become an entrepreneur because this is the era of knowledge, right? Every day you hear for the last 30 years about the knowledge economy, the knowledge economy. And what is the best form of knowledge becoming entrepreneurship? It's startups. Startups today are the simplest and easiest ways, because today the world around you, entrepreneurship has become so easy, so simple. But at the same time, when I look around, I see all the business houses, I see Brahmins at the top. I see Mr. Chandrasekhar, I see a Satya Nadella, I see a Google Sundar Pichai. But when I look at the companies we invest in, I don't see Brahmin founders. So my thinking is, if we can encourage our youth to engage in startups much more, not just as technical heads or finance heads, but as founders, this is the right time for us to do so. This is the right time for us to take that risk, take the Brahmin traditions of right conduct, take the Brahmin traditions of seeking knowledge as a form of basically transforming oneself in society and become entrepreneurs. This is, I think, the most important thing for us to do, and I'm hoping that like all the others around us, all the other people who adopted other systems to spread Brahmanism, we will actually have entrepreneurs, more and more entrepreneurs from the Brahmin tradition. Starting a business today is easy. Building a business today is easier than it ever has been. Of course, it involves risk, but we must focus on becoming more and more entrepreneurs from the Brahmin community through the startup route. Because all of us have emphasized education. We've gone to the best schools and the best colleges. My son is in IIT Bombay. I look at who his batchmates are, and I see so many Brahmins. We need to encourage them to take risk. It's okay to fail. You don't have to get a good job as a CTO in some company. Go and take risk. There are 100,000 registered startups in India today. There are 1,000 companies funded every year in India today. When I look around at the 110 unicorns of India, the recent list that came last year, and I did a quick census based on names, I must tell you that I didn't see many Brahmin names at all. So what does it take for us, and I hope this forum like this, Mr. Raman and other forums will debate, what does it take to encourage our youth to become startup founders, to take risks, to take the enormous amount of funding that is available for talented youth in this country and make them do startups? Because that is the best way in which we can continue our tradition, we can continue our dharma, create wealth, and with that wealth, foster the Brahmin tradition. Thank you very much.
We have long worshipped Saraswati. This is the aid of Lakshmi. Engaging in entrepreneurship is the way we can express our dharma. Since knowledge can easily be transferred to entrepreneurship, becoming an entrepreneur is pretty easy, and startups are the simplest way we can become entrepreneurs. Thank you, sir. And now, next speaker is Sri Mani, who was the Chief General Manager in SIDBI, where he handled funds for startups for 5 years and has helped MSMEs and startups in his 3 decades of banking. He is retired and is now working with Sri Gopal Srinivasan as advisor. Sri Mani, let me invite him to deliver his address.
Thank you. Respected Sri Gopal, Anand sir, Sri Raman, and the august audience assembled here from across the universe. ഈ വേദിയിലിരിക്കുന്ന പ്രമുഖരോടൊപ്പം എന്നെ അനുഭവങ്ങൾ പങ്കുവെക്കാൻ അവസരം ഒതുക്കി തന്നെ ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട ശ്രീ രാമൻ സാറുടെ തുടക്കത്തിൽ തന്നെ ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ആത്മാർത്ഥ നന്ദി അറിയിച്ചുകൊള്ളുക. I am pleasantly surprised by his invitation to be here before you instead of amongst you. We have heard entrepreneur of entrepreneurs. They create entrepreneurs, Gopal Srinivasan or Anand Krishnan. I am just a retired banker. But അപ്പോൾ തന്നേക്കും എന്താണ് ഈ വേദിയിൽ എന്നെ ക്ഷണിച്ചതെന്ന്. Maybe I think I had spent 3 decades in banking, and I would have had an opportunity to interact with more than 900 entrepreneurs or startups during my service journey, where I have gone with them, grown with them, and saw the growth in their own eyes. I was also associated with the Sovereign Fund of Funds program for startups through SIDBI from inception. Maybe Mr. Raman would like me to share my perspectives as a mentor to such enterprises through my presentation here. We all heard Gopal, who quoted examples of how we can fulfill our dharma and serve the society, thus through promoting enterprises. But then there are less entrepreneurs amongst Brahmins as quoted by them. I found that founders always have ambition above the resources, always higher than resources. But Brahmins are relatively contented, where the ambition is always less than the resources. It is time to wake up the genes. From my experience of interacting and helping to fulfill these entrepreneurs, I can say that given the complexity in running the businesses, Brahmins must not hesitate to be entrepreneurs in most of the complex problems I have seen personally, whether it's in Tirupur, Coimbatore, or Ludhiana. Always they will call, "Sir, enna cheyanam idu? Bhayangara problem irukku. Enna cheyanam?" They will always ask. So the first solution is always given by those Brahmanic fellows who adorn the role of CFO or CEO or COO. So yes, I see there is a hesitation to plunge, but I don't see there is a contentment. As Gopal said, we have a lot of Satya Nadella or Sundar Pichai from Indians adorning the roles of CF. I also recall an interesting study by a professor of finance at Stanford called Ilya, which revealed that 90 out of 1,078 founders across 500 unicorns were born in India. This was also endorsed by Koch Foundation in US, which reported 4 years ago that Indians made up of 33% of co-founders of engineering and tech enterprises created by immigrants in US. Majority of them from our community. This shows that it's all in the genes. We have to just wake it up. The beauty in each such startup is possibly creating multiple founders. Let us take in India, Flipkart and Myntra alone have created more than 30 startups. I can call out the name of Krish of ChargeBee, who came out of another startup, but the list is endless. You all know that ChargeBee has employed more than 2,500 people. Despite such spectacular roles played by Indians across the globe in leadership roles, and only few startups like Zoho or ChargeBee, other than Infosys or TCS, very few South Indian Brahmins have built new age business in the scale which can make our mother-in-laws proud. We certainly miss Krish Gopalakrishnan here, a professional founder who have created Brahmin millionaires. In the lower Membadam Brahmana Kude survey Narathial, you will all agree, Anjil Oratku, avade makkalo, allengil marumakkalo, Infosys Sthabanathil, Bharathilo, allengil Logathinde, edengilum kodilo, udyogullavarayirukum. Illa. I'm just saying, for example, Infosys, TCS, Cognizant. In my time, marriage times, the question was, Adhyatha Chodhi Uddayirikkum. Maruvan evideyana joli, government joliyano, bank joliyano. Especially in Kerala, there is SBT, Bank of India, the invitation itself will be there. Marriage between Bank of India and Canara Bank. Of course, now it has changed. Should we now create more Infosys or be just Infosians? Of course, times have changed. As Gopal says, people are willing to take best. But while Krish and Mr. Murthy founded Infosys, they used community capital. But now we have a lot of patient capital available from the government. We are in a situation where we have started flowering with risk capital beyond the community capital through the PE fund managers. So Anand Kishan sir, you must be knowing that, in 2006, there are only 20 funds. Now there are about 1,000 funds in India. Fortunately, I was happy to be associated with SIDBI, which earlier the introducer said. And for the past 5 years of handling, 40% of the fund managers are first-time fund managers. They have supported nearly 1,000 startups. These 1,000 startups, the commitment is about 9,700 crores. So you assume that there is a 4x leverage of this. It translates to about 40,000 crores of investments. That means there is money available. There is regulation available. You see, everybody is prepared to support. Ee Dasaptam Bharatandayana. Namakku Kazhivundu, Mooladhanamundu, Nammada Kadappadumundu, adu RBI ആയാലും സെബി ആയാലും കേന്ദ്ര സർക്കാരിൻ്റെ ആയാലും കഴിവുണ്ട്, വൈദഗ്ധ്യമുണ്ട്. നിങ്ങളുടെ സ്വപ്ന സാക്ഷാത്കാരം മുതലിൽ നിക്ഷേപിക്കാൻ തയ്യാറുള്ള ഫണ്ട് മാനേജേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. വാട്ട് ഐ എം ട്രൈങ് ടു കൺവേ ഈസ് only you need to just start. I have just seen people walking with just only ideas, taking money. So money is not a constraint. Regulation is also there to help you, whether through RBI, SEBI or the government. നമ്മുടെ സമൂഹത്തിൽ lot of examples are there to support this. I was only reflecting on what Gopal said. What should we do as a dharma? My dharma, according to me, I just reflected that, we can also do as a Baniya Brahmin to serve the larger society. So Brahmin entrepreneurs bring values and governance in this line of building resilient business. There cannot be better time than an entrepreneur. Believe in yourself and become one. Jai Sri Ram. Thank you.
The floor is now open for questions. Yeah, please raise your hands like that.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for the insightful sessions. My question is to all the panelists. The importance of entrepreneurship is emphasized, not enough actually. But the problem is that entrepreneurship needs a lot of risk in terms of human resource, capital. But we don't always have a safety net, because once we go into an entrepreneurship, it's all out. So in developed countries, safety net is a little bit more advanced. There's social security, but not so much in India. So how would you advise youngsters like us to go into entrepreneurship, especially when in India there's a lot of talk of Dalit capitalism and schemes of the government that are tailored towards communities. Like, for example, Stand Up India was mainly for the backward communities. So in that context also, if you could highlight something.
You know, I think it's my sense is right. Totally in India, every year, people write checks of about, 4 to 5 lakh crores. And if you take, let us say, the early stage segment, it could be as much as, a 10% of that. The best safety net is because all this money, 99.9% is meritocratic capital. It is capital that is chasing returns at over any other criteria. The best safety net for you when you fail, because remember, when you chose to be an entrepreneur, you've read that Gita shloka which goes, Hatova prapsyasi svargam jitavava bhokshase mahim. You have chosen to die as one of your options. So you're going there with the awareness that death, you will get glory, right? And what is that glory? In a very practical sense, is your resume. If you are a failed entrepreneur who has taken money from somebody, you will actually get another fund coming after you. There is no better entrepreneur than a failed entrepreneur, right? So, what better safety net? But you must make sure you look at yourself, you look at your vasanas, look at your gunas, and make sure that this is your swadharma. And if it is your swadharma, right, then what is the problem if you fail? No problem. So don't worry.
I don't think I can give you a better explanation. But at the end of the day, I think it's important to be persistent. You need to have good ideas. You need to make sure you surround yourself with good people. You may want to make sure that you're truthful in what your output is, right? These are all elements of what everything that's coming out of Vedas. This is not new to us. This is not new to our community. At the end of the day, if you have a good business model, people will come to you and people will want to make sure that they support you, right? So yes, safety net, you have to start from home. You have to make sure you take some risks. Very important to take that risk. If you don't take the risk, you're not going to get any returns. Yes?
Hello sir, so thank you first of all for the insightful session. So my question was, basically making critical decisions is a important factor in business. And also nowadays youngsters like us is also finding difficult to imbibe that skill of making critical decisions. So I was just curious to know the framework or the method you use to take tough decisions so effectively in your business journey.
See, I said, the founder always ambition is above the resources. There is always a gap. That's where the fund managers come into play. Professional fund managers like Anand Krishnan sitting here, or TBS Gopal, Capital Gopal Sinu sitting here. In the morning while we were coming from Coimbatore to Palghat, he was engaging in conversation 2 top founders for 1 hour each. Multiple problems keep coming. You know, you have an idea to flower, you have a capital to support, but that is not all. You will have multitude of problems, whether it's HR, marketing. I know in Sydney, suddenly some people will call, sir, tomorrow for salary disburse karne ke liye paisa nahi hai, kya karen? These things will come. Doesn't mean that you'll have to halt your business problems. See, problems are the best way to give better solutions. Without problems, people will not have solutions. Better to have a problem, confront it, face it. And that is the best way to do it. But I think Gopal will be the best to answer this.
See, you're talking about critical risks. It all depends on the evolution of business. When you start a business, you're going to have some critical decisions to make as well. You're not yet there for HR and capital. So the first thing is to try and get the best idea. You want to make sure that you do something where the barrier to entry, it's a very important thing. You want to make sure that everybody, your neighbor and your friends do the same business. Then you're going to be out of it very quickly. So make sure that the decision you make upfront, you're going to set the standards very high. So you need somebody to really help you out with how you get that done first. And then of course you will have, as he was just mentioned to you, there are different risks at different stages. Let's get through that first one before. What is the right business that you want to get into, right? Is that going to be sustainable? Is that going to be, something that you create value for? Are you going to have enough, critical entries to barrier? These are all key things that you have to get out first. So get those decisions first and then you become successful.
I have nothing to add except one thing. Everything has been so well answered. Ultimately, right, why do we follow the Bhagavad Gita or any chosen favorite form? There is a truth that we need to follow. So when in complete confusion, after consulting your advisors, your mentors, your colleagues, your friends, everybody in the internet, Bard, ChatGPT, everything is done, right? Try to hold on to that one truth which you actually firmly believe in. Martin Luther King said, if a person does not have one thing for which he or she is not willing to die, then that person is not a human being. So everybody has one truth. So see which of the solutions are closest to that truth. Whichever you think is your truth. And our truths will change with life. There is no eternal truth. It will change during phases of life, like he said. But that is one thing I would like to add.
Hello. Thank you for the insights. My name is Srinivasan from Perumbavoor, and I have 2 questions. The first major question is, do I need a business degree to become an entrepreneur or a businessman? And my second question goes to what both the previous people asked. More basic question than them, but more like I have an idea, so I'm going to expand on that. So should I first expand on the idea? Should I first expand on that idea and then create a business model, including the risk factor and analysis of both the sponsor's money as well as the business, how the business will be in the long term run? That is my question.
This time we'll go this way. Okay. I think you probably know the answer to the first question, so I won't even try and answer it, right? Doesn't need an answer. The second question, really, right, if you just think about it very carefully, if you take somebody else's money, that is the pivot of your question, just put yourself in that somebody else's shoes and try to get answers from their point of view. So the bhavana you have to adopt in your mind when you look at the problem has to be the bhavana which from the person who sees it. Then the answers will automatically come. Are you good at what you do? Is this your swadharma? Is this something that makes sense in the marketplace? And then automatically, in fact, yesterday somebody asked me a question in a big forum like this saying, do you think governance is important? I said, absolutely, for startups, waste of time. Doing the right thing is always the most important thing. But governance means rules, laws, filings, etc., which is a huge burden society or the government is imposing on the country at a startup phase. So always remember that simple idea. Look at it from the point of view of the person who gave you money, answers will come.
Your first question, do you need a business degree? You don't. What you need is passion of that idea, right? But let's make sure that passion doesn't overshoot the business itself. Then your business is going for a downgrade, right? So don't make sure your passion and business is balanced, right? It can only take you towards creating a good business with the right approach, right? Then, as Mrs. Srinivasan said, you want to make sure you put yourself in the other shoes. To do that, you need to have some education and some understanding of the social culture. It is very important for you to try and get a good education. I'm not saying you need to be an MBA. You need to get a good education. You need to have a job. You need to understand the ropes. Try and understand those things first. Then you'll broaden your mind to understand how you can look at somebody else's shoes, etc., etc. But before doing that, you can't do anything. If you do that, you're a superstar, and my hat's off to you. But I think you need to be in the community, trying to understand in the job, trying to understand different ropes, try and understand what it is first that you want to do. Yeah? You'll reduce your risks.
Namaskaram. Namaskaram.
One thing I don't want to add, but I just want to throw two examples. You know, Microsoft, Bill Gates is a dropout. He has not completed his degree. OYO rooms, Bhavish Agarwal is not a business graduate or business entrepreneur. So it is not required. As I said, passion to perform, perseverance will pull people to you, you'll be able to solve. I don't want to add further on this. Thank you.
Namaskaram. My name is Prem Sagar. I am from Chennai. I am the state president for Akhil Bharatiya Brahmana Magasangh. I request the panelists, three of you, to say three words which start from M. After that, I will put my question. The three words start from M.
Don't ask questions related to them to
Generally,
answer.
when we talk about business, we talk about money things. We forget about media. In India, we are being ruled by media. So anybody interested in business, media businesses, I want you people to support, because our community, Hindu community, and by and large the nation, been ruled by media, by false propagandas. So I seek this August event to extend your support for the media businesses from our community to protect the nation and our Sanatana Dharma. Thank you.
My name is Sharda. I am coming from Giri Trading Agency. Most of you will know. My question is not for how an entrepreneur can be developed, but how to instill the thought in the parents' mind right from school days, how to get into business. Because most of our parents, what we do is, we teach them to become good employees in big organization. We don't allow them to take risks. When the child becomes of a marriageable age, then we want to look at boys who are having secured job, secured this. We don't encourage risk right from the beginning. I will tell you, my father was an orphan. He was an orphan, and because he was an orphan, he started Giri Trading, and that has helped him to be where we are today. We started at a 1 table space square feet shop, and today we are having 40,000 square feet of shop, and we are proud of it. So this risk ability has to be instilled in parents more than children, and I would request all of you to answer this question. Thank you.
I think that is a wonderful question. I think the first and foremost responsibility of a parent is to give their children the right education and instill the right values right from childhood, and let the child come and talk to you as to what their interest is, and you try and educate and try and make sure that you let them do what they want to do. But do make sure that they have a good education. Every child is not going to become an entrepreneur. They all have roles to play in the society, right? I hope you agree with me. But at the end of the day, you need to try and instill that good education, the good values, and also the risk-taking approach right from childhood. Let the child decide after he gets his education what he wants to do. You cannot just tell the child right from a childhood that he has to do business and he has to become an entrepreneur. I think it's important that you give him good education and good values to start with.
You know, I think if one was to write a book on the struggles of mothers of India and what they have done for their children, that book will never stop actually. It will not stop. And when I heard you, I felt that. See, one is entrepreneurship out of necessity, but today in a world where 1 billion Indians are going to be lower middle class and above, not too far away from now, and in the next 10 years itself, another 350 million Indians will go to what's called empowered levels of income, which is 5 lakhs household income per year. Coming out of such necessity may be less. My suggestion to you is very simple. Look at your children, look at them carefully, understand them well. What is their swadharma and their vasanas is what you need to test for the first 15 to 18 years. If you see this straight in them, show them examples, and automatically they will rise and seize the occasion. When Modi ji stood up in 2016 and started Startup India, I think every mom in the country listening to the talk of Startup India looked at the children and said, "Beta, beti, tu bhi entrepreneur bana." That is the kind of inspiration there is today. But you must think for yourself and make sure they have the trait. You should be dispassionate about those you love. I think that is the most important thing. In the words of an old American 1970s pop song, teach your children well, their parents' hell will slowly go by. It's a very, very important song because we are rooted in our time, our memories from our time. So that is our hell. That will go by if you teach them well. But before that, understand them as well as you can. Then impart to them that knowledge on the direction which will take them where they should be. And it could be entrepreneurship. Today, failure is actually a stripe on your sleeve. It's a badge of honor. So don't worry about failure.
See, it's also evolution of times. We should admit that we were poor. There is a Maslow's theory of hierarchy also comes first basic necessity. So we were all going to just earn our livelihood to make our survival. So times have passed. I have my cousin sitting here who is professor in a college, Krish College in Bangalore. He says, "Money in my class, out of 50 students, 30 students want to be entrepreneurs and the parents support it because they have reasonably crossed the level of comfort and the comfort inflation." So actually it's evolution of times. I think times are changing. I think you will get son-in-laws who are doing businesses. You will get son-in-laws who do entrepreneurs. I think there is a gross acceptance. I think startups have become the mantra. I think the times have gone. We have evolved with the times. I think now it is for you to encourage and promote, accept entrepreneurs as son-in-laws. Thank you.
Namaskaram, sir. Namaskaram. The Islamic world has got something called zakat, in which there is a model for people to, from the haves it goes to have-nots. As a Brahmin community, can we adopt a model similar to zakat, where people who are haves will contribute to this particular stand-up or startup, whatever it is? Is it possible for us? In that case, people like you who are Brahmin Baniyas, can they support this with your wisdom and help? And how best can this model be possible? Thank you.
I think if I heard your question, you want to try and see how we can support our community, to try and see how we can bring them up into a business environment. Yes? Money is not the only thing. We've already said we're ready to mentor the community here of Brahmanas. Absolutely. This is something that we are doing. We will continue to try and see how we can extend it. With Mr. Raman's help, we will do something right away. Not an issue. That, as far as I'm concerned, we will do that. Mentorship for entrepreneurs, it's not just for youngsters. Anybody who needs it will get it. Happy to do it. Along with that comes ideas and businesses, and money will follow. We cannot follow money first, right? We'll have to get the right ideas. Happy to do that. We have to bring our community together first, and Mr. Raman is doing a wonderful job of that, and we can be part of it to try and see how we can put ourselves in there to get that done. We don't have to call it what the Islamic community calls it, but the ultimate outcome can be the same. Yes, thank you.
Sir,
hello. You know, I just want to add, I remember this old quotation, right? How does it go? Paropakarartha idam shariram or something like that, right? So fundamentally, we are only here to serve. So giving should come naturally, and we should give naturally. The idea of imposing something top down is not a very Vedantic idea, right? So fundamentally, it comes from self-will. So you don't have to take out your spine and give it to somebody and all that these days, right? Generate wealth, share your wealth for good causes, and I'm willing to suspect that everybody on this table, like Mr. Raman, who's giving so much of himself to promote this cause, is doing everything they can in their own way.
Sir, I'm Murthy. We run an engineering consultancy firm, especially on tunnels, railways and all. We have been developing a lot of new technologies. Recently, we have developed one funicular railway for Saptashringi temple in Nasik for old people to travel up, not like the ropeway. It is a comfortable journey. It is the first of its kind in the country, and we have been successfully. We started with 3,000 footfall. Today we are having 10,000 footfall per day. We are starting the second one in Malanga temple, that is Haji Malang, we call it, in Kalyan. That will be commissioned in December. This technology is available for Brahmin community. If an entrepreneur is interested, he can come and meet me, and I can tell him. It's a very lucrative business. Second one, unfortunately, I have petroleum expertise also. I was the person who started the Adani Petroleum division. So in that Adani Petroleum, I developed biodiesel. Today I have developed 100% substitute.
Boss, you tell you a question.
Question is, that's what I'm telling you. For people who wanted to develop entrepreneurship, there are opportunities available with me. They can come and approach me. Okay.
Hello, this is Mahalakshmi. I'm a health coach and I have a business in Trivandrum. Being from this community, I'm just asking. I'm so thankful for the wonderful encouragement given by the esteemed people there. I want to know how we are going to continue the conversation we are having now, going forward. I know there have been people who have been asking about actionables, solid actionables out of this meeting or the convention. How are we going to take this forward, and are we going to wait another 1 year to see some results, or are we going to have some actionables which will make people, like subsections of people, like say wannabe entrepreneurs or people who are struggling with some startups? Can we have some actionable which will also include an app which will tell who is the kind of likely venture capitalist who would be, say, interested in particular industry, say healthcare, because I'm from healthcare, I'm asking you. So I know some of my friends who struggle to get funding in spite of having brilliant patented equipments or any ideas. So I really want to know what would be the actionables, and would we be able to continue the conversation? I know Mr. Anand told that he is available with his time and we can reach out being an entrepreneur. But I really want to know how we can do that, because once you are out of this venue, it's almost like we cannot reach you. Of course, there is Twitter, there are other social media. But reaching out would be very hard, and expecting a response because there won't be any way for you to gauge how much passionate we are about our business or the ideas which we are having, in order to bring ourselves forward as well as the community. Because this is not something individual. Whatever passion I have, it's an evolution over a period of time.
I think
There's
we
a
got
lot
it.
of things which I want to do for the community as well. So how do we take this forward is my question.
See, for me, hope is not a strategy. Hope plus action is when you get to what you want to get done. So I think everybody is hoping for a lot of things. And as I've said, we will try and do what we can, and we will try and give ourselves time allocated to it. And I'm going to be looking to Mr. Raman, and I will be sitting down with him hopefully in the next couple of days before I leave to try and put a framework together on how we can help this community that we talk to. So that is the first thing. The second thing would be is to try and see how we can bring people like Mrs. Srinivasan, etc., from the outside. I am from the community. I have a home in Palakkad. I come here once a quarter. So it's not that we're not going to come back. And I can do that because I'm here, right? So I can give you a commitment. We will do that. It's just that what is that framework? We'll have to sit down with Mr. Raman and trying to make sure what that framework is. I'll be more than happy for you to be part of that because you have very good ideas. Yes? Thank you.
Hi. Dr. Rajkumar here. One second, Raj. Sure. Madam, namaskaram. In 2019, when we conducted the first global meet, we thought of coming out with an app which will add one job opportunities, startup, and another major issue Brahmins were talking about, the boys not getting girls for marriage. And then the 2 years we lost because of COVID. We are on the job. But an app we are coming out, we thought it should not be under any organization. We can make it done by someone who can run. So that is on the job now. So that app will definitely support to put all the people into the fold, one. Two, today our Government of India, DIPP, the Secretary, Sri R.K. Singh was supposed to come. Unfortunately, R.K. got stuck. Government of India got especially startup and incubation, especially for incubation, having lot of funds. We can coordinate. There is a team of professionals is going to come to work with the entrepreneurs who want to start up. So this is not a major issue. The groups will be formed and informed for setting up, support, mentoring role for startup soon. And the people who are supporting, they all sat in fairly decent heavy chairs in the public sector and government sector and private sector who saw success in their own style. Ma'am, so it will come soon. We will definitely reach you on that. Thank you.
I don't want to limit this audience and the entrepreneurs and people here just to talk about startups. I think it's also important to talk about career. As far as that is concerned, there are a lot of low-hanging fruits that we can try and capitalize on, right? There is an organization that we support as Fidelis World, which is a national forum called WIN-PE. This is Women in Private Equity. We see there aren't too many women professionals in this business of startups or private equity. And what we have done is we are supporting this initiative, which is out of Delhi, which is run by a lady called Nupur Garg, who used to be the chairman of IFC in India. And we are doing our bit by sponsoring, giving them money, as well as our time, to go around the universities and colleges in India to try and get women to be part of the private equity and investment banking network in India. It's very important to try and see how we can bring about a change. So we should also talk about careers and where we can help. We will help right away.
See, we are now also the like-minded professionals we met by the silence of the meet yesterday and the day before. We are coming out soon a Brahmin Business Forum called BBC, Brahmin Business Connect. So this will help the entire community, people, to do business with the community and away from the community. One senior managing director of a global identity is going to do the framework. Mr. Sundar Kalyanam, Group Managing Director, former Group Managing Director of Petrofac, and Sri Krishna Kumar, they are going to take a lead role in forming a Brahmin Business Connect, a BBC. They are going to take role. I am also getting fully involved. And our chartered accountants, few chartered accountants came forward to support. Few entrepreneurs are in that. And chartered accountants, KV Vasudev also will get involved in order to have a roadmap down the line.
Sir, I'm sorry, two quick comments like I did yesterday. One comment was on zakat. I think it's the Takat Surah of the Quran. Zakat is actually charity that a man should give 1/40th of his money. I think no Hindu entrepreneur should want zakat or charity. On the other hand, there's a mahfuz concept, where mahfuz concept means you keep, say, 1 crore and you give interest-free to new startups. So they return it, they come in as post-dated checks over a 12-month period. So that mahfuz concept could be used. Zakat is not a word that we should use. Why have I read the Quran? Because I believe in the Godfather. He said, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. So that's one. Now my second point that I want to tell all the youngsters, I disagree a little bit with Mr. Gopal Srinivasan. Sir, you were talking? Mr. Gopal Srinivasan was saying that from Saraswati, you have to move to Lakshmi. But in this modern world, it's not enough for the youngsters, and I'm addressing the boys, it's not enough Saraswati, not enough Lakshmi. You need to go to the third. You need Devi, you need Parvati, you need to have that strength inside you. I find so many people with Lakshmi, I know so many startup millionaires in California, their wives, their children, they've forgotten Brahmanism, they've forgotten Hinduism, Bhayam. I know so many business people who are scared if 1,000 fellows come outside their office. So please, do not leave that emotional connect to Hinduism and always think of Lakshmi, Saraswati as well as Parvati. Thank you very much.
Sir, my name is Ravi Kumar. Basically, I am coming from Akhila Karnataka Brahmana Mahasabha, and I am also a convener for entrepreneurship wing in Akhila Karnataka Brahmana Mahasabha. In fact, I have 4,000 Brahmins, entrepreneurs in Karnataka, and I can give my live example. Our Managing Director, Karnataka Bank, they offered me 50,000 rupees in the year 2002. Now I got 10 crores turnover business with 35 employees. So the actual problem, what's happening, like we have 4,000 Brahmin entrepreneurs in our radar, no doubt. But the real problem is that they say always funding. So I went to a Brahmin bank, we went to Vishweshraya Cooperative Bank, and they were offering 16% unsecured loan up to 5 lakhs. But the real problem is that they say that, okay, out of 100, only 1 or 2 will get civil. They say 500, 400, 300. Even marriages is also not happening because of civil issues for entrepreneurs. And in fact, from 2-3 days, more than 25 entrepreneurs from here also told us, I want to roll out my products also in Bangalore. So what I request, in fact, we tried and tested all these apps or like an India Mart or whatever. The main problem what we are facing is the funding for that. Like I want to maintain a AWS server, or I wanted to maintain it's a maintenance cost is going for a toss. So what I request you, bankers like Karnataka Bank and TVS and all that, why can't they fund for these kind of technologies where we can integrate everything? First, let us start with Raman, like South India Brahmin business app, like an India Mart or a Trade India or an Alibaba. From there, we want to take it forward. So once that is known, we can do that. In fact, I have created around 10 to 15 only Brahmin entrepreneurs as suppliers for my products. So why can't that type of things takes care on the funding on the technology from a big multinational company like yours, so that it will definitely help and we can definitely go for a kill as far as like a Marwadis in this fraternity.
Ravi, we are definitely doing that. No worries. We will definitely support. The chairman Karnataka Bank is here, and also we will talk to the few managing directors and chairmen of the bank. We will definitely do that. Thank you. Now, last question.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Is there more numbers?
One last question. Can I?
Two more.
Okay. Okay, my name is Venkatesh Iyer. I'm from Bengaluru. I have, thanks for a wonderful session, sir. I would like to ask the eminent panelists, we have a lot of books on startups and success and all. Since collectively three of you have 100 years of experience at least, I would like to know from each one of you, if from your experience, what are the few things which as an entrepreneur or a startup person should avoid, that common mistakes you have seen in failures, and other than risk-taking and passion, is there anything else, key ingredient to success for an entrepreneur? Thank you.
You know, I don't think you want us on stage to write a book, which is what we'll have to do if we tell you all those things that we want to do. I understand he's written a book called Vijay Khata, or Success Rhymes. So, I think the best thing for you to do is to not read any American books like 0 to 1 or Super Founders and so on. So, I think there is an Indian model which is now beginning to re-emerge. It's always there. It was dormant, now it is re-emerging, where we think for ourselves and we bootstrap ourselves by ourselves. So there is a constant clamor around funding. Funding is rarely a solution in today's economy for a problem. It's generally, if the idea is good, the person is good, actually funding in some form or others will come. Second, being an entrepreneur doesn't mean always thinking scale, scale, scale. That's a very American model. Whatever you are able to do, doing it exceedingly well and making a profit is absolutely fine. So that is the only common theme I'm picking up. So I just thought you didn't say it, I'm commenting on it generally. But my feeling is, look at yourself and look at others and learn from them. That's a far superior model. That shloka yad yad acharati shreshta tatta devatere jana was not written for some nothing. So please look at Indian models. In my own case, people like Mr. R. Tyagarajan of the Shriram Group, exemplar, so much to learn from them is what I found the most useful of do's. Don't do's, best is to practice, fail a few times, no better lesson than that.
Nothing more to add. All I would say is be truthful. Be truthful. Be truthful in what you do. Be truthful in how you behave with your investors. Be truthful with your business. I have seen enough startups who have not done this at all. They are the ones who fail. They are the ones who keep the investors away. They are the ones who will bring a downfall. So that is one thing that begins at home for the startup founders. Make sure you do that. That's good enough. And rest, as Mr. Srinivasan said, that's all it is.
Hello, sir.
The last question. No more questions, please. We are on our time problem.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for giving that opportunity. So I am Unikrishnan, coming from a very northern part of Kerala, a grama called Chardayam, representing Sri Raghapuram Sabhayogam, which is an NGO, registered NGO. And we are running lot of startup-based projects as part of that NGO, and we have a startup company as well called Mehta Digital, which is a social enterprise. We wish to give opportunity for ladies basically, so that who cannot go abroad or go away from the home and for the job. So the question here is, nowadays we could see the young entrepreneurs, they wish to go abroad and go away from our native, and they have much bigger ambitions and all. And even though we have opportunities within here, they are not ready to take that risk. So what will be your key message to the young entrepreneurs to take the opportunities which is available around?
See, probably you are aware that government is slowly bringing one district, one product. I think that is gaining prominence. In UP, Yogi Adityanath has spread very good and is expanded all over India. The idea is to see not only the problem is what you have to do now. Funding doesn't happen just because you have a product or service. What the fund managers think is what will happen 10 years from now. So for that, some visibility if it is given, there will be more comfort and confidence for them to take money. I think it is possible. It slowly has to gain grounding. I think government itself is initiating. There is a program called Stand Up India where they give for the localized manufacturing only. For the localized product or trading services given to some certain sections of society. It's going to be expanded also across other communities also. And is one district, one product, I think will gain prominence. I think you are seeing the railway stations prominently, you are already seeing a lot of railway stations identified. I think it's getting prominent. I think soon you will get this happen, sir.
So that brings us to the end of the session. Let's now present memento.
See, somebody asked 3M, you say. According to me, for a startup or entrepreneur, 3 M's will be motive, mission, then only money. Thank you.
All I would say is try and understand your values, have a deep root in where you come from, try and help your communities first, try and understand what needs to get done. There are enough opportunities like the Nambudri just talked about. I think it's important to really assert right from growth is, to be deep rooted in the community. Plenty you can make businesses, you can make money, you can also help the community. Let's all try and do that first.
I have just 3 simple ideas. First is understand your strengths deeply through life. Second is the size of your ambition does not matter. What matters is how well you align yourself to your ability and not follow the size of your ambition. And the last thing is think differently about Brahmins and Brahmanism. Our task is to spread Brahmanism. In some sense, we should have the zeal to bring other people into the Brahmanistic fold, even if they are not Brahmins. So remember, that is also our call. We are coming from the home of Sri Adi Shankara. What else can we say?
Thank you, sirs. Let's now present memento to sirs' wonderful speakers. First to Sri Anand S. Krishnan, the founder chairman of the Fightless World UAE. Next to Sri Gopal Srinivasan. And finally, to Sri Mani. Former Chief Manager, SIDBI. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, curtains are coming down for the 3-day-long Brahmins Global Meet 2023 held under the auspices of Kerala Brahmana Sabha. The envisaged ideas in the global meet was to focus on the values and spirit of our community, including to look at the social and educational aspects as well as arts and media. The guest speakers distinguished in their chosen domain were each one masterly scholastic. The exhibition and the cultural programs were the added attractions of the event. Let's now move on to the valedictory function by inviting the dignitaries to the dais. Before that, we have the release of the special edition of Janmabhoomi paper happening here. കേരളത്തിലെ പ്രമുഖ ദിനപത്രമായ ജന്മഭൂമി ബ്രാഹ്മിൻസ് ഗ്ലോബൽ മീറ്റ് 2023 പുറത്തിറക്കിയിട്ടുള്ള പ്രത്യേക സപ്ലിമെന്റിന്റെ പ്രകാശന കർമ്മമാണ് ഇവിടെ ശ്രീ കരിമ്പുഴ രാമൻ അവർ നിർവഹിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇതിനോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ മാതൃഭൂമി, ഇന്ത്യൻ എക്സ്പ്രസ്, ദിനമലർ തുടങ്ങിയ പത്രങ്ങളും പ്രത്യേക പതിപ്പ് ഇറക്കുകയുണ്ടായി. ഹിന്ദു, മനോരമ തുടങ്ങിയ എല്ലാ പ്രമുഖ പത്രങ്ങളും പ്രത്യേക പതിപ്പുകൾ ഇറക്കുകയുണ്ടായി എന്നുള്ളത് നമുക്ക് ഏറ്റവും അഭിമാനകരമാണ്, സന്തോഷകരമാണ്. Let's now move on to the valedictory function by inviting the dignitaries to the dais. First, the State President of Kerala Brahmana Sabha, Shri Karibura Raman. Shri Gopal Srinivasan, Chairman and Managing Director of TVS Capital Funds. Shri Gopal Srinivasan, Shri Sivaramakrishnan, Shri Vasudevan, Shri Sundar Kalyanam, Shri Sai Dibak, Advocate J. Sai Dibak is here. Welcome, sir. Shri Krishna Kumar, Shri J. Subramani, Srimati Geeta Ananda Subramanian, Dr. Shankar Seduraman, Shri D. Murthy, Shri Krishna Swami, Shri Santana Gopalakrishnan, Shri H. Ganesh, Shri Ananta Narayanan, Shri N.A. Ganeshan, Shri Sundar Raman, Shri Ananta Subramanian, Shri Kodandarama Iyer, Shri Krishnan M.R., Shri Prakash D.K., Shri Jayaraman T.S. and Shri M.L. Kumar. ഇവരെ വേദിയിലേക്ക് ആദരപൂർവ്വം ക്ഷണിച്ചുകൊള്ളുന്നു. വനിതാ വിഭാഗത്തിന്റെ പ്രസിഡന്റ് ശ്രീമതി ഗീത അനന്ത സുബ്രഹ്മണ്യൻ, യുവജന വിഭാഗത്തിന്റെ അധ്യക്ഷൻ ഡോക്ടർ ശങ്കർ സേതുരാമൻ, സമാപന സമ്മേളനം ഇവിടെ ആരംഭിക്കുകയാണ്. വേദിയിലെ വിശിഷ്ട വ്യക്തികൾക്ക് ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി സ്വാഗതം. ഈശ്വര പ്രാർത്ഥനയോടെയാണ് യോഗം ആരംഭിക്കുന്നത്. മാഡം ഗീതയെ ഇതിനായി ക്ഷണിച്ചുകൊള്ളുന്നു. We begin with a prayer. Please remain seated.
നിതാന്തകാന്തജഞ്ചകാന്തി മന്ദകാന്തകാത്മജം അചിന്യരൂപമന്ദഹീനമന്ദരയകൃന്ദനം ഹൃദന്തരേ നിരന്തരം വസന്തമേവ യോഗിനാ തമേകദന്തമേവ തം വിചിന്തയാമി സന്തതം വിചിന്തയാമി സന്തതം.
വേദിയിലെ വിശിഷ്ട വ്യക്തികളെയും പ്രൗഢ സദസ്സിനെയും ഇപ്പോൾ സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. കേരള ബ്രാഹ്മണ സഭയുടെ ജില്ലാ അധ്യക്ഷൻ ശ്രീ എൻ എ ഗണേശൻ. I would request Sri N. A. Ganeshan, District President of Kerala Brahmana Sabha, to deliver the welcome address.
എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. കേരള ബ്രാഹ്മണ സഭയുടെ കഴിഞ്ഞ 2 ദിവസങ്ങളിലായി പാലക്കാട് വെച്ച് നടന്നു വരുന്ന ബ്രാഹ്മിൻസ് ഗ്ലോബൽ മീറ്റ് 2023 അതിൻ്റെ അവസാന ഘട്ടത്തിലെത്തിയിരിക്കുകയാണ്. വെള്ളിയാഴ്ച 4 മണിക്ക് തുടങ്ങിയ ഒരു മാരത്തോൺ സമ്മേളനം ഇന്നിവിടെ പര്യവസാനിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഇതിൽ പങ്കെടുത്തിട്ടുള്ള എല്ലാവരും തന്നെ മനസ്സ് നിറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടായിരിക്കും ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് പോകുക എന്നുള്ള കാര്യത്തിൽ തർക്കമില്ല. കഴിഞ്ഞ 6 മാസക്കാലമായി പാലക്കാട് വച്ച് ഇങ്ങനെയൊരു സമ്മേളനം പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ എങ്ങനെ വിജയത്തിലെത്തിക്കാം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇതിൻ്റെ പിന്നിൽ എന്തൊക്കെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യണം എന്നുള്ളതെല്ലാം തന്നെ വളരെ കൃത്യമായി പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്ത് നമ്മളെ മുന്നിൽ നിന്ന് നയിച്ച ഒരു വ്യക്തിയാണ് നമ്മേവർക്കും പ്രിയങ്കനായ നമ്മുടെ സംസ്ഥാന അധ്യക്ഷൻ ശ്രീ കരിമ്പുഴ രാമൻ അവർ. ഒരു സംഘടനയെ എങ്ങനെ നയിക്കണം എന്നുള്ളത് 4 ചുമരുകളുള്ളിലിരുന്ന് നയിക്കാതെ ഒരു ചങ്ങലയിൽ കോർത്തിണക്കി ചങ്ങലയുടെ ആദ്യ ഒരു കണ്ണിയായി നിന്നുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾ എല്ലാവരെയും അതിൻ്റെ പിന്നിൽ അണിനിരത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് ഇന്നിവിടെ ഈ ഒരു വൈഭവം ഈ രീതിയിൽ നടന്നിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതിൻ്റെ ക്രെഡിറ്റ് ശ്രീരാമനുള്ളതാണ്, യാതൊരു തർക്കവുമില്ല. ഞങ്ങളെല്ലാം അതിനൊരു അദ്ദേഹത്തോടൊപ്പം പ്രവർത്തിക്കുവാൻ ഒരു അസുലഭ ഭാഗ്യം കിട്ടിയതിന് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ആത്മാർത്ഥമായ നന്ദി ആദ്യമായി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണ്. ഒരു ചില്ലറ കാര്യമല്ല ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു പരിപാടി ആസൂത്രണം ചെയ്ത് നടപ്പിലാക്കുക എന്നുള്ളത്. 2019 എറണാകുളത്ത് വെച്ച് നടന്ന ആദ്യത്തെ ഗ്ലോബൽ മീറ്റ്, അതിനും നേതൃത്വം കൊടുത്തത് ശ്രീ രാമൻജി ആയിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ അന്ന് അതിനെക്കുറിച്ചൊരു വ്യക്തമായ ഒരു വ്യക്തത, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇത് എങ്ങനെ നടത്തണം എന്നുള്ളതിനെക്കുറിച്ചുള്ള ഒരു വ്യക്തത അന്ന് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. എങ്കിൽ പോലും അതൊരു മഹാവിജയമാക്കി തീർക്കുവാൻ ശ്രീ രാമനും അദ്ദേഹത്തോളം പ്രവർത്തിച്ച എല്ലാവർക്കും സാധിച്ചു. അന്ന് കിട്ടിയ ആ ഊർജം മുഴുവനും മനസ്സിൽ താങ്ങിക്കൊണ്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞ 6 മാസത്തെ പ്രവർത്തനത്തിന് കിട്ടിയ ഒരു മഹാവിജയമായി തന്നെയാണ് ഈ ഗ്ലോബൽ മീറ്റിനെ നമ്മൾ എല്ലാവരും കാണുന്നത്. ഒരു കൂട്ടായ്മയുടെ വിജയമാണ്. ശ്രീ രാമൻജി നമ്മളെ നയിച്ചുവെങ്കിൽ പോലും നിങ്ങൾ ആരും ഇവിടെ വന്നിട്ടില്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇത് വിജയിക്കില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് വന്നിട്ടുള്ള ഓരോരുത്തർക്കും ഈ വിജയത്തിന് അവകാശമുണ്ട്. തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും നിങ്ങളില്ലെങ്കിൽ സംഘടനയില്ല എന്നുള്ള ആ രീതിയിൽ അഖില ലോകത്തിൽ തന്നെ ബ്രാഹ്മണരെ ഒരു കുടക്കീഴിൽ അണിനിരത്തണം എന്നുള്ള ആശയത്തിൻ്റെ ബലമായി ഉൾക്കൊണ്ടതാണ് ഈ ഗ്ലോബൽ മീറ്റ് എന്നുള്ളൊരു ആശയം. ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ 3 ദിവസത്തെ പരിപാടി വെച്ച് നോക്കുമ്പോൾ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും നമുക്കത് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ, നമ്മുടെ ഇന്നത്തെ ജീവിതത്തെ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ നമുക്ക് സാധിച്ചു എന്ന് നമുക്ക് കണക്കാക്കാം. ഏതായാലും ഈ വേദിയിൽ ഒട്ടനവധി മഹാരഥന്മാർ സംസാരിക്കുവാനുണ്ട്. എന്നെ ഏൽപ്പിച്ച സ്വാഗത പ്രസംഗത്തിലേക്ക് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എല്ലാവരെയും സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുവാനുള്ള ഇതിലേക്ക് ഞാൻ കടക്കുകയാണ്. ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ സമാപന സമ്മേളനത്തിൽ അധ്യക്ഷത വഹിക്കുന്നത് നമ്മുടെ സംസ്ഥാന അധ്യക്ഷൻ ശ്രീ കരിമ്പുഴ രാമൻ അവർകളാണ്. ശ്രീ രാമൻജിയെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഏവർക്കും വേണ്ടി വിനയപുരസരം ഞാൻ ഈ വേദിയിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. അതുപോലെ ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ പരിപാടി ഔപചാരികമായി ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്യുന്നത് ബഹുമാന്യനായ സർവശ്രീ ശ്രീ ഗോപാൽ ശ്രീനിവാസൻ, ചെയർമാൻ ആൻഡ് മാനേജിംഗ് ഡയറക്ടർ TVS ക്യാപിറ്റൽ ഫണ്ട്സ് ലിമിറ്റഡ് ആണ്. അദ്ദേഹത്തെയും ഞാൻ ഈ വേദിയിലേക്ക് സഹർഷം സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. വെൽക്കം സർ. ഗസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ഓണറായി ഇവിടെ എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നത് നിങ്ങൾ ഏവരും ആകാംക്ഷയോടെ കാത്തിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു പ്രസംഗത്തിൻ്റെ ഉടമയായ സർവശ്രീ അഡ്വക്കേറ്റ് ജെ സായി ദീപക്, സുപ്രീം കോർട്ട് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ, അദ്ദേഹത്തെയും ഞാൻ ഈ വേദിയിലേക്ക് സസന്തോഷപൂർവ്വം സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുകയാണ്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇതിൻ്റെ ഈ 3 ദിവസം നടന്ന ഈ പരിപാടികളുടെ ഒരു ഫീഡ്ബാക്ക് നൽകുവാനായി ഇവിടെ എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്ന ശ്രീ സുന്ദർ കല്യാൺ, ഫോർമർ MD പെട്രോകാക് ദുബായ് ആൻഡ് ചെയർമാൻ ഇന്ത്യ, അദ്ദേഹത്തെയും ഞാൻ ഈ വേദിയിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. പിന്നെ ബഹുമാന്യനായ ശ്രീ കൃഷ്ണകുമാർജി, CEO ശാന്തി ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ LLC ദുബായ്, അദ്ദേഹത്തെയും സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. അതോടൊപ്പം ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ വേദി പങ്കിടുവാനായി എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്ന ബ്രാഹ്മണ സഭയുടെ സംസ്ഥാന, ജില്ലാ, വനിതാ വിഭാഗം തുടങ്ങി സമസ്ത മേഖലകളിൽ നിന്നുള്ള യൂത്ത് വിങ് അടക്കമുള്ള സമസ്ത മേഖലകളിൽ നിന്നും ഈ വേദിയിലിരിക്കുന്ന നിങ്ങളേവരെയും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഈ സദസ്സിലെ ഓരോ അംഗത്തെയും കേരള ബ്രാഹ്മണ സഭ ജില്ലാ കമ്മിറ്റിക്ക് വേണ്ടി സന്തോഷപൂർവ്വം സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് എൻ്റെ വാക്ക് നിർത്തുന്നു. നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
നന്ദി സർ. മുഖവര ആവശ്യമില്ലാത്ത കേരള ബ്രാഹ്മണ സഭയുടെ അനിഷേധ്യനായ നേതാവ്, സംസ്ഥാന അധ്യക്ഷൻ ശ്രീ കരിമ്പുഴ രാമൻ അവർകളാണ് ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ സമാപന സമ്മേളനത്തിൽ അധ്യക്ഷം വഹിക്കുന്നത്. അധ്യക്ഷ പ്രസംഗത്തിനായി അദ്ദേഹത്തെ ഏറ്റവും ആദരവോടുകൂടി ക്ഷണിച്ചുകൊള്ളുന്നു.
Namaskaram. Let noble thoughts come to us from all sides. This is a saying from the Rig Veda. Respected Shiva Ramakrishnan ji, Secretary of Kerala Brahman Sabha, today is our most important guest, Sri Gopal Srinivasan ji, Chairman and Managing Director TVS Capital Funds Limited, my friend and brother Advocate Sai Deepak ji, the Treasurer of Kerala Brahman Sabha, and my brother KV Vasudevan ji, the pillars of support of Kerala Brahman Sabha in the Middle East, who support us in all our ventures, Sri Sundar Kalyanam ji, former Managing Director Petrofac and Chairman India, and Sri Krishna Kumar, CEO of Shanti International LLC. He is also not like he is my brother. And Sri N.A. Ganeshan, District President Kerala Brahman Sabha, and my brother D. Murthy, Secretary of Kerala Brahman Sabha, and my colleagues in the governing board of Kerala Brahman Sabha, our 3 vice presidents, Sri Ananda Subramaniam ji, Sri Sundar Raman ji, Sri Kodandaraman ji, and our 3 secretaries of the zone, Sri Prakash ji, Jayaraman ji, and M.R. Krishnan ji. And always the person who ran around with me in order to make this global meet success, who follows me like a shadow, the headquarters joint secretary, Sri Sandana Gopalakrishnan ji, and ladies and gentlemen, I am standing in front of you all with fair happiness that we were able to do the Brahmin Global Meet 2023. We are going to close today. When we conducted in 2019 at Marriott Cochin, it was an amazing success. As you all know, success brings success. Even in the entrepreneur thing, what we want to stress, see, to make the first 1 crore is the only difficult thing. Rest money will come. Once we start learning, enjoying success, there are people who are afraid of success. They only start negativities. Such grapevine will happened in 2019. After the amazing success, few people were gossiping around. Oh, Kerala Brahmins of Enna Vandithu. Avan Varalai, Adnala, this is not successful. Even Varalai, Adnala, this is not successful. And probably Ramanji wanted to get a parliament seat or assembly seat. That is the reason he conducted Global Meet in 2019. We seldom listen to all these things. Our skin is thickened by working with the community for last years. So we seldom listen to negative comments. We will always move forward with lot of positivity and energy we get from people around us. You are all our strength. You are all our strength. Even people who not registered as a delegate yesterday was passing comments sitting in some corner of Palghar about the global meet. Will you all tell this global meet was not successful? Please tell me by giving a big hand. This is what we wanted from you all. The global meet last 3 days was amazing success, we all know. Somebody is sitting in some corner and talking ill about global meet. I should give an answer. The person is here sitting that also. My nature is brutally blunt. We talk brutally blunt. What is possible only we tell that will be delivered. That is the result of this global meet. In fact, last 6 months, I was traveling left, right and straight, meeting people, meeting different people, right from the number one of the government of India to down the line. I met certain things in protocol, I cannot put it. So we didn't put certain senior government officials whom all we met. The government of India secretary is supposed to come today, who is in charge of startups, Sri R.K. Singh, who is like my brother. R.K. is supposed to come. Unfortunately, R.K. got into a major direction from the Prime Minister and he is in Ujjain. Like that Urban Development Secretary, he is supposed to come. They all got into emergencies. Even today, Sri V.K. Singh is not able to make it because he was summoned in PMO because of a severe issue that happened 1.5 days back. He has sent his secretary advisor, Chantilia is here. Where is he? Yeah. He is the advisor to the minister. He has sent him because he is not able to make it. So, we are on a positive direction. And Kerala Brahman Sabha, we are working for the common man. How to work for the common man? Kerala Brahman Sabha got around 30 crores to economically backward Brahmin living in Agraharam by way of creating a scheme from the government, LDF government and UDF government. Both governments supported us to give the economically Brahmin living in Agraharam by giving 30 crores. Give a big hand to the government, if not for us. And we gave the marriage support of 5 crores in the first year from the forward communities who should get married, the expenses. First year we gave 2 lakhs, second year the applications was more, so we gave 1 lakh. That scheme still continuing. There is a scheme for women entrepreneurs, there is a scheme for entrepreneurs also. If you form a group, the government is willing, and the startup I was mentioning, the startup incubation is a huge thing from the government of India. Our objective is to create more and youngsters to start enterprise instead of going for job seekers. We want to create more people who can give jobs. That is the reason today we brought eminent personality like Gopal Srinivas ji today to talk to you all. When we have a habit, unless somebody vouch, in fact we were sharing, if you look at globally, we never wanted to be number one. The Brahmins are Rajavina Kalare Rajabhakti Ulla, number two ayat. We are always wanted to be number two. Look at the statistics which he shared to me. In his 40 or 50 companies, so many Brahmins are working as number two. If you tell them to start an enterprise, they are two steps backward. Because the business is not in our blood. But probably we should look at Kerala Brahmana Sabha wanted our youngsters to move forward towards starting an enterprise and create more milestones. You look at the US, even somebody was mentioning yesterday, I crossed 60. So what? In US, you look at the last 3 years, enterprise started by people. Around 40 to 50 people are successful entrepreneurs who crossed 53 and 60. So the road is not ending anywhere. Venkataramayar can also think of starting a new enterprise. Age is not a criteria to start anything in our life, but the 1,000 days, it's quite important. When we start an enterprise, how are we looking at the 1,000 days, the 3 years? We need to look at. So the major focus for us to work on enterprise, create more entrepreneurs. Now, when 2019, it was successful, I was summoned by Acharyas, Srikeri and Kanchi Acharyas. Kanchi Acharyas sat with us more than 2.5 hours, and the conversation was heart-to-heart conversation. He told us, your team is doing an amazing job, Raman, but I need you to do more. The Brahmins of Kerala, he is from the place of Adishankara. You people should be the role model people. You should get into the other communities like Yadavas, Mukuvas, Stripes. We should take a leadership role and mold them to a different citizen. What an insight of the Acharyas when he was telling the passion for the Acharyas to uplift the common man was quite amazing. From there, we went to Sri the Sringeri Acharyas. Sringeri Sannidhanam sat with us more than 1 hour, and he told there was a huge line, there was a huge crowd to meet Sannidhanam and Mahasannidhanam. Sannidhanam told, Vidushekhara Bharati Sannidhanam told, tell them to wait. I am looking at a paper which is very important for the community globally. He is concerned for the Brahmins across the world. Is quite amazing. And Sannidhanam blessed us and said, this will be a huge success. That is what we are seeing now. This is success because the blessing of Mahasannidhanam and Sannidhanam. Thank you for their blessings. Let us pray together. That is the main idea of bringing. They told me only one sentence. Raman, instead of Tamil, you create an umbrella. You bring all the Brahmins under one umbrella. That is what we did last time. But we are bringing all the umbrellas. We have a friend who has come from Bangladesh Brahmin Samsar. He is here. My friend who has come from Bangladesh Brahmin Samsar is an advisor of that. From Maharashtra, there are people, Bangalore, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, UP, Rajasthan, so many places our community people are here for this consolidation. There is a doctor came from Australia. He tried to reach me. He didn't get. He called our Trivandrum office. The way in which he chased is amazing. He was trying to reach me. He didn't get my number. The doctor is right in front. Doctor, give a big hand. He is also a wing commander of Indian Air Force. He came all the way, and Kannan Nariharan is here. Our representative Kannan Nariharan, who came from Australia. Balu, who is an advisor to the World Bank. Balakrishnan is here. So many people, they are together. They all came. There are people from Australia, there are people from England, there are people from Muscat. We name people, the way in which they came for the consolidation. Germany, they all supported our consolidation to support the community to create a global platform. Our objective is support the young entrepreneurs of the community, give women empowerment. There are clear-cut objectives for us, but only thing is women need to be little more proactive to start enterprise, to create more changes in their life. Then, whenever we do good things, we get criticism. We should be open for criticisms, especially creative criticism. Kerala Brahman Sabha is very open. So, for that creative criticism, we have a forum. You can send your criticism in my mail ID, ramankarimbuja@hotmail.com. We welcome all your suggestions. And I also should thank at least 5 to 6 people in this stage. One is the strong man behind me, is my brother like Shivaramakrishnan, who is the General Secretary. Thank you, Shivaramakrishnan. Shivaramakrishnan is like a rock, stood by me, telling whatever Raman does, I am strongly with him. He will not go wrong. That sort of a conviction my General Secretary had with me. So thank you, Shivaramakrishnan. Another one is my treasurer, Vasudevan. Invariably, we had difference on points. We aggressively fight, but he stood like my elder brother. Vasu said, you go ahead, I am with you. And he is the chairman of the finance committee, which is very crucial for me. Vasu stood by me. Thank you, my brother Vasudevan. And I told you, Sri Sandana Gopalakrishnan, in my earlier speech I was mentioning, and a team of young people, Natarajan, Krishna here, it goes. And I should mention people like Krishna Swami, who is a convener, who ran around wherever possible to promote the event. Krishna Swami is from Cochin. Thank you, Krishna Swami. Then my PR convener, D. Murthy. Murthy, we did a road show in entire state. Murthy did a road show, entire Palakkad, going to Nook and Corner village. Murthy and Iyer, I should thank Iyer also. Iyer and Murthy together did an amazing job. And our vice chairman is the youngest of the team, J. Subramaniam. At this age, he proved himself. Age is just a number. He worked with me very closely. I should thank my Central Zone Vice President, Ananda Subramaniam, for his total support extended to me. Thank you, Anand. And I should thank our Palghat District President and Secretary Kumar. Where all I was traveling out of Palghat. The entire Palghat was managed by these two eminent personalities. Ganeshan's mother was in ICU last 4 days, but Ganeshan was here running around, looking after people and their care. And Kumar, give a big hand to Kumar. He literally managed my show on my behalf. And the young Dr. Setu was also fully with us, and the Vice President Geeta, and the entire Vanida Bhagam require a big hand, especially the Palghat Vanida Bhagam did an amazing job, especially Kalpati Vanida Bhagam Geeta and Ghana also did an amazing job with them. I should also thank Kripa, who managed our office for last 120 days, irrespective of time. Thank you, Kripa, for your wonderful support. Now, I should thank you all. I should thank each and every member of Kerala Brahmana Sabha for their wonderful support extended to us. Now, what next? There are lot of murmuring across the country about feudalistic Brahmin. Who is a feudalistic Brahmin? Where was Brahmin was feudalistic. Especially the Tamil Brahmin is like a animal in the ashramam, like a deer. If you tell how, we run away. There is no police case against Brahmin in the entire state. We should congratulate ourselves. There is not even a single case against a Brahmin in the entire country. And people are talking about feudalistic Brahmin. Feudalistic thinking of Brahmin created a havoc in the country. You look at, none of the gods are Brahmins. We worship. Adi Shankara told us, you should worship a Chandala. We are doing that today. We worship caste, creed. Nothing is there for a Brahmin. We do our dharma. We follow our dharma. If that is misinterpreted by people, I don't want to mention the name of the people. We are all aware. But there is an answer. This Brahmin community or this global meet is not going to end here. We have young Turks in Brahmin community. We will not keep quiet. If you talk about Sanatana Dharma or if you talk about Lord Ganapati or if you talk about anything, we will answer. We need to be aggressive. How are we going to be aggressive? We need to think. We need to think how aggressive we are going to be. We need to get into. See, in a country like India, if you want to get your rights, you cannot keep quiet. There is a saying in Malayalam, Kariyunna kuttike paalullu. We need to cry for our rights. If somebody is catching hold of a poor Brahmin in triplicane, we should go one wagon people and show our protest against the governments or anywhere. For that we should be ready. The only problem with Brahmins is, we are happy with filter coffee, Hindu, and curd rice. We need to move away from all the three. The caffeine addiction is creating lot of problems for us. And the curd rice, even though lot of studies happening on curd rice, directly got an impact with our intelligence in the West. Let us have the curd rice part, because without curd rice, we are not full. And about Hindu, I don't want to comment in this forum. You all know how Hindu is moving forward, even though we have a supplement with Hindu, that's fine. But are we going to be aggressive? Usually, you all listened to my talk earlier. Today, I don't want to get into an aggressive mood because I handed over 75% of my aggressiveness to Sai Deepak today morning, and I told Sai to be more aggressive today to speak. Where are we heading? Alpasandanangal, one. Namakellarkum rendu kulandagal. We all, Kerala Brahman Sabha, gave an offer to people who are having more than 3 child, we will take care of their education. This is an offer. Now Gopala Srinivasanji is also there, so I can strongly tell, I can get more sponsorship from him also. And Kalyana Ramanji, my ever-time mentor, Kalyana Ramanji and Pattabhi Ramanji, whenever I go, Kalyan Jewelry and Kalyan Silks, they never disappointed me, always motivated me. See, Kalyana Ramanji, when he calls me, President Day, what an energy I get. You look at, Kalyana Ramanji calls me President Day. The energy I get from Kalyana Raman and Pattabhi Ramanji is amazing. Then another person who keep motivating, the man who revolutionized Mysore Pak, Krishnanna of Krishna Sweets. Raman, you go ahead. I am always with you. And the person who gave me a real, my fire converted into forest fire was none other than our speaker, Anandji. He really gave me motivation. Raman, you move forward. I am with you. Every alternative day, he used to call me and inquire, where are we? How is your funding position? Are you comfortable? Who will ask like this? They all have a pulsating heart. Even after myself talking to Gopal Srinivasanji, we talked at least 6 to 7 times in last 1 week. He calls me, what's happening? So this sort of a motivation is what we require. The amount of great support I got from Middle East. Let me thank the team Middle East sitting here, all our Grand Tech guys, and all the people sitting here from the Middle East, Srinivasanji, Gopu, all the people I thank from my heart, especially Sundar Kalyanam and KK did an amazing job. I request you all to give a big hand. They supported the Kerala Brahman Sabha in an amazing way. So I don't want to be in an aggressive mood to talk to you how we should react against our dharma. One way it is good. People who talked about Sanatana Dharma, one way it was an enlightenment for Hindus and Brahmins. They all started finding what is Sanatana Dharma. That way he did a good job. We are out of our Sanatana Dharma. I think I shared, I was called by one of the great management institute to inaugurate their advertisement club. I inaugurated the club. I casually talked to the children about Ramayana and I asked them a question. Who is the heroine of Ramayana? They promptly answered, Deepika, the serial artist. So Sita is vanished from the scene. Why Sita vanished from the scene? Because we had a system, Kutu Kudumbam, joint family system we had. Your mother, grandmother, all together we lived. Today, when I asked a young girl definition of a family, she told me her name, her husband's name, her children. Her mother is not included, mother-in-law, husband's parents also not included. So we need to revalidate the value system. We need to go to the ancient culture of us. Early days, grandmother, she used to tell the stories of Rama. She used to tell the motivational story. You should be like Rama. You should be like Arjuna. So many stories we hear. Today, mother and father both are busy. The servant who is taking her, what sort of a story she will tell? She will tell, Ayal Vitla Radhiga Odipoi. So our children are learned such things. Are we not responsible? We are responsible. Anyhow, when I used to tell in our meetings, being a professor in IIMs, I don't want, when I get a mic and the crowd, usually the professors don't leave both. Yesterday, we had an amazing professor here from Indian Institute of Science. So the professors usually don't leave the mic and the crowd. I don't want to leave that. And another offer has come. We should do it in Chennai, a global meet. We will get all support from the industrial giants of Chennai. We should look forward to that. And fortunately, we started getting job offers. Our youngsters here are collecting applications. Just scan QR code. We are doing that. This last global meet to now, we placed around 283 people across the world. Around 150 people, our Krishna Kumar, very affectionately we will call him KK, helped us across the world. And I should thank City Union Bank for supporting our candidates, around 70 people. Now another offer has come from TVS. One, he confirmed he will make me a director now for promoting such events globally. He's a smart fellow. He said, Raman, you are packed with such job. You continuously do global meets in different parts of the world. That is the new job offer given to me. And he also gave the job offer to the first girl who asked a question. He came to know she is from IIM. He said, tell her to join in our Bangalore or Chennai offer. It depends upon Aishwarya to take the bite with him. So we are getting a lot of job offers, and our publishers, that devotional thing, that lady who spoke, no? Giri traders already sent, they are willing to recruit young boys and girls, around 50 to 60 numbers to place in their different offices. Give her a big hand to her. So we are getting huge offers. Only objective is we need to create more milestones. Let me stop here. I get motivated because success brings success. I am so glad this becomes successful. There were a lot of negative elements, one or two guys talking about last global meet was this, last global meet that. I am quite glad you all supported me. Thank you very much. Jai Jai Kerala Brahmins. Thank you.
ഹൃദയത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഷയിൽ നമ്മോട് സംവദിച്ച ശ്രീ കരിമ്പുഴ രാമൻ അവർക്ക് നന്ദി. ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ ചടങ്ങിൽ സംബന്ധിക്കേണ്ടിയിരുന്ന ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട കേന്ദ്രമന്ത്രി ജനറൽ ഡോക്ടർ വി.കെ. സിംഗ് അവർക്ക് ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട അധ്യക്ഷൻ സൂചിപ്പിച്ചതുപോലെ ദൗർഭാഗ്യവശാൽ ഇവിടെ എത്തിച്ചേരുവാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടില്ല. പക്ഷേ അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു സന്ദേശം നമുക്കായി അദ്ദേഹം നൽകിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. We have a message from General Dr. V.K. Singh, PVSM, AVSM, YSM, Honorable Minister of State for Road Transport and Highways and Civil Aviation, Government of India, and former Chief of Army Staff. Let's watch the screen.
The Brahmins Global Meet 2023 comes after a very successful meeting that was held in 2019. In between, we had COVID, and now this meet has come up again to get all the Brahmins of the area to sit together, think together, and to work out various solutions for the various issues that are facing the community, the state, and the country. The Brahmin community living in Kerala, which spreads both in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, has had a known presence in various important fields. They have been advisors to the kings, they have been advisors at various places, and today they occupy some of the highest places. I would like to compliment all who have gathered today, because you are a prodigious lot, you are a lot which has the intellect, and you are truly the ones who are the wise ones. As described by Shri, the famous master of art of living, Shri Ravi Shankar, he said, the Brahmins are those who attain knowledge, gain knowledge, expand knowledge, and subsequently pass it on to others. That is what a Brahmin is. A Brahmin is the one who ensures that everybody gets educated and everybody understands what rest of the theological treatises are. They in turn are the most wise in the entire system, and that is why they are the trusted Lord. I compliment each one of you. I congratulate each one of you. I congratulate all the organizers, all the office holders, and all who have gathered here today. My best wishes to you. I would have come, but unfortunately there have been pressing engagements where there are many programs that have been given to us by the Honorable Prime Minister, and therefore it is not possible for me to be physically present there. But I am mentally present with each one of you. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
What a wonderful message. Thank you very much, sir, for your kind and inspiring words. ഇനി ഈ സമാപന സമ്മേളനത്തിൻ്റെ ഉദ്ഘാടനം നിർവഹിച്ച് സംസാരിക്കുവാനായി TVS ക്യാപിറ്റൽ ഫണ്ട്സിൻ്റെ ചെയർമാനും മാനേജിംഗ് ഡയറക്ടറുമായ ശ്രീ ഗോപാൽ ശ്രീനിവാസനെ ആദരവോടെ ക്ഷണിച്ചുകൊള്ളുന്നു. Inaugural address by Shri Gopal Srinivas. Welcome, sir.
This is an inauguration of a conclusion. So, first of all, I cannot start this without a big hand of applause to Mr. Raman and the entire team of Mr. Subramani, Mr. N.V. Sivaramakrishnan, Mr. K.V. Vasudevan, and all of those who put it together. Nothing in the world can start without energy, and energy can never start without a motive or a purpose. Your energy is absolutely fabulous, and I hope that you will soon bring the Brahmins Global Meet or the Brahminism Global Meet, as the case may be, to Tamil Nadu and Chennai very, very fast. And I hope that will also be a celebration of entrepreneurship in the community, because that is really where we should go with the knowledge that the minister spoke about, which all of us have been speaking about this morning, the confluence of that knowledge with what Dr. Rajkumar said, when Durga meets Saraswati, we get Lakshmi. So let's hope for that when we meet in Chennai or whichever suitable place it is. In this last 25 hours, I noticed that we've had 25 speakers. And I want to, recognize that the power of this idea is so powerful that people have come from far and wide, from Delhi, from Bombay, from Bangalore, from Chennai, and from all parts of Kerala to come and participate. So my thanks to all the speakers who participated. Let's all give them a big hand for their participation. Of course, I am standing between you and Sai Deepak and you and lunch. So I want to keep my remarks very, very brief, other than to say that as we go forward, there is many questions being asked of Mr. Raman and his team as to what are the action items post this meeting. What is continuity? What is persistence? Where will we be when we meet next? And these are all very, very important questions. All I want to say is the most important question to me personally is that self-awareness that this meetings like this create, being in the energy field of all of you, saying, what should I do next as an individual who came to this event? Therefore, I take away many such to-dos, and I hope at least some of them I will be able to accomplish, thanks to Mr. Raman and his team bringing all of us together. And finally, I think the most important thing is, as we all discussed today, for the community to come together, to help each other. There must be, we are known for our diversity in thinking. They always say you bring 3 Brahmins together, you get a minimum of 30 ideas, or 4. I thought maybe more like 30 now. It's all exponential. But in that diversity, there can be unity. So it's not unity in diversity. We are examples of diversity in unity. We have diverse ideas, but we're united by a larger cause of spreading the dharma for the good of society. So with these words, thank you, Mr. Raman, thank you, the entire team of the Kerala Brahmin Sabha for putting this together. I'm told that I should inaugurate this session, so I have great pleasure in inaugurating the next session, hopefully, of this Sabha when it takes place soon.
Thank you, sir, for the valedictory address. Every time he speaks about India, that is Bharat, and its culture, and Sanatana Dharma, our heart swells with pride. When religious bigots masquerading as people's representatives badmouth and distort our religion and our culture, he is the one-man army that stands tall and defends, diffuses and disposes it with facts and figures while remaining cool and composed. இதைத்தான் நான் எதிர்பார்த்தேன் அப்படின்னு நம்ம எவ்வளவோ வாட்டி சொல்லியிருக்கோம், நினைச்சிருக்கோம். He is one of the prime reasons that the Hindu youth of today are understanding our rich history, our great civilization and the present day politics. ഭാരതത്തെക്കുറിച്ചും അതിൻ്റെ സംസ്കാരത്തെക്കുറിച്ചും സനാതന ധർമ്മത്തെക്കുറിച്ചും അദ്ദേഹം സംസാരിക്കുമ്പോഴെല്ലാം നമ്മുടെ ഹൃദയം അഭിമാനം കൊണ്ട് തുടിക്കാറുണ്ട്. മതഭ്രാന്തന്മാർ ജനപ്രതിനിധികളുടെ വേഷം ധരിച്ച് നമ്മുടെ സംസ്കാരത്തെ, സനാതന ധർമ്മത്തെ അവഹേളിക്കുമ്പോഴെല്ലാം അതിനെ വസ്തുതകൾ